Chapter 1285. How about this? You return Zhuge Shenfeng to me, and I promise not to do anything to you for 10 years. In addition, I'll help you again. I'll plead with His Majesty to withdraw your arrest warrant. A moment passed. The imperial advisor transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. Not to do anything to me for 10 years. Do you think I will believe your words? As for the so-called pleading, even if I don't return Zhuge Shenfeng to you, you will still have to do it. Unless you really want Zhuge Shenfeng to die. Qin Feiyang sneered. The imperial advisor said in a deep voice, so, there is no room for negotiation? I don't want to talk nonsense anymore. I have given you the conditions, think about it. And now, get out of my way. Qin Feiyang didn't transmit his last sentence, but everyone heard it. Everyone was in disbelief. Get out of my way. This tone was simply ordering the imperial advisor. Where did this person get his confidence from? How dare he speak to the imperial advisor in such a tone? At the same time, the imperial advisor also felt unprecedentedly sullen and angry. He stared at Qin Feiyang fiercely. In front of everyone, using a commanding tone, this was simply humiliating him. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Zhuge Shenfeng is now in my castle. If you dare to do anything, my brothers will not hesitate to kill him. The imperial advisor's gaze trembled. Get out of my way, Qin Feiyang shouted again. The imperial advisor clenched his hands, looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily, and silently retreated to the side. What? He actually got out of the way. Oh my God, what is going on? Everyone's heart was in turmoil. Especially the commander of the Kirin army. He was very clear about the relationship between the imperial advisor and Qin Feiyang. It could be said that, no matter which side it was, they were always thinking about getting rid of the other party. And now, Qin Feiyang taking the initiative to deliver himself to the state preceptor was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Just as the state preceptor had said, with the emperor's arrest warrant, even if he killed Qin Feiyang in public, no one would say anything. But, not only did the state preceptor not do so, but he was also afraid in front of Qin Feiyang. Why? No one could figure out the mysteries hidden in this. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He took a step forward and walked to the side of the imperial tutor. He said in a low voice, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. My imaging crystal has recorded a video that is very unfavorable to you." The imperial preceptor's body trembled slightly as he asked, "What image? Do you still remember when I first snuck into the ancient pagoda? The first Valley Master and second Valley Master sent you a message saying that they had trapped me and that you were going to protect Zhuge Mingyang?" Qin Feiyang smiled. The state preceptor clenched his fists. "At that time, I have recorded the conversation between you and the first Valley Master. You should know how important this video is and what it will do to you once it is exposed." Qin Feiyang laughed. Damn it. Damn it. The state preceptor roared in his heart. He didn't expect that this guy actually had such an important handle on him. But suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and said to himself, "You are bluffing me." Bluffing you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "If you really have this video in your hands, you will definitely tell your father. But it has been so long, why didn't His Majesty have any reaction at all?" The state preceptor sneered. "Haha. Then you can take it that I am bluffing you." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he brushed past the state preceptor. The state preceptor frowned. From Qin Feiyang's expression and tone, he really couldn't tell which was true and which was false. Qin Feiyang. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, an angry roar exploded in the sky. It was as deafening as thunder. Everyone looked up and saw a young man in purple standing proudly in the sky. It's Zhuge Mingyang. What is he doing here? Of course he is here for revenge. Revenge? Haven't you heard of such a big thing? What is it? You are really ignorant. Back then in the imperial palace, Zhuge Mingyang was forced to kneel by Qin Feiyang. Although the people of the Zhuge family wanted to block the news, how could such a shocking thing be blocked? What? He actually forced Zhuge Mingyang to kneel? Zhuge Mingyang is the #1 monster in our capital. Kneeling is a great humiliation for him, let alone being forced to kneel. Isn't that right? I heard that after this incident, Zhuge Mingyang couldn't recover from the setback. In the end, he was able to recover with the help of the state preceptor and the emperor. This Qin Feiyang is really powerful. This is nothing. I also heard that Qin Feiyang had a battle with the emperor. Are you kidding? Do you think I am in the mood to joke with you now? Anyway, this Qin Feiyang is extraordinarily terrifying. People whispered to each other. Some looked emotional, some looked admiring, and some looked in awe. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the state preceptor also looked up at Zhuge Mingyang. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth immediately curled into a playful smile. The state preceptor's expression changed. He quickly flew to Zhuge Mingyang and said angrily in a low voice, "Who sent you here?" "I came here myself," Zhuge Mingyang said. The state preceptor shouted, "What are you doing here? Are you looking for Qin Feiyang to avenge your humiliation? Don't forget, he has the divine dragon technique. I also have the azure dragon technique," Zhuge Mingyang said telepathically. The state preceptor said, "The azure dragon technique is no match for the divine dragon technique." "I know. But ancestor, don't forget that I also have 2 other divine techniques, eclipse moon and 3,000 incarnations," Zhuge Mingyang said. His hands were tightly clenched together, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Eclipse moon and 3,000 incarnations," the state preceptor murmured. He made up his mind and said telepathically, "Okay, I agree to your battle with him, but you must win." "Of course." Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly. He looked down at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, do you dare to battle with me? No victory, only death. This is an official declaration of war. No victory, only death. In other words, as long as Qin Feiyang agrees, one of us must die here." Everyone's eyes trembled. This was a battle of life and death. It seemed that Zhuge Mingyang had been waiting for the day to avenge his humiliation all these years. "Only death." Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang, and his eyes flickered. "Young master, don't agree with him. If he dares to do this, he must have something to rely on," Wang Yangfeng said telepathically. "You don't understand. This battle is unavoidable," Qin Feiyang replied, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He soared into the sky with monstrous battle intent and landed in front of Zhuge Mingyang. "If you want to risk your life, I'll accompany you." There were no superfluous words, but it was enough to show his determination. He accepted the challenge. There's a good show to watch. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their eyes became hot. Both of them were the #1 monsters in the imperial capital. Whether it was talent or potential, they were recognized by many experts. Chapter 1286. Under the gazes of the crowd, Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang soared into the sky, reaching the peak of the clouds. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Although they only had each other in their eyes, they had not lost their minds. If they fought above the city, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. "Quickly follow them," Lei Bao shouted and rushed into the clouds with Wang Yangfeng and the others. On the other side, the imperial preceptor, the commander of the Kirin army, and the others also rushed to the peak of the clouds. How can we miss the battle between the 2 monsters? The people who were watching the show also rushed forward in a hurry. The peak of the clouds. Zhuge Mingyang looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and said, "The humiliation you gave me back then, today I will return it to you 10 times, 100 times. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous emperor's aura erupted. In the sky, a violent wind suddenly rose, and the sea of clouds rolled. The rolling emperor's aura carried an astonishing amount of resentment and anger as it pounced toward Qin Feiyang. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Back then, I could force you to kneel. Today, I can also kill you." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Boom. His body trembled, and the emperor's aura poured out, as if it had turned into an invisible dragon, roaring in the sky. "They're fighting so quickly." When the people behind saw this, they immediately held their breath and scanned the 2 people on the battlefield, afraid to miss any details. Boom. In just an instant, the 2 battle chi collided. Crash. Immediately, Destructive waves of air rushed out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. Those who were below the combat emperor level had just arrived, and they were so scared that they fled for their lives. The shockwaves of the battle between combat emperors were not something they could withstand. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang each took a step back, their faces faintly pale. In the first round of confrontation, they were evenly matched. After all, the two of them had the same cultivation. However, after stabilizing their bodies, the two of them rushed out at the same time and stared at each other with aggressive gazes. Qin Feiyang, hand over your life. Zhuge Mingyang roared. You! Qin Feiyang sneered. In an instant, the two of them met and threw a punch at each other. With a bang, the two fists collided. Crack! Zhuge Mingyang's arm broke on the spot. His entire body flew out like a meteor, blood spurting out from his mouth. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang was like Mount Tai, standing firmly in the void without moving at all. How is this possible? Zhuge Mingyang was in disbelief. They had the same cultivation and the same attacking style, so how could there be such a huge difference in strength? No way. Zhuge Mingyang's arm is broken, but Qin Feiyang is unscathed. Isn't the disparity too big? The onlookers were also bewildered when they saw this scene. How did Qin Feiyang do it? With my current physical strength, you're already very powerful to be able to take a punch from me without dying. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said. However, his calm demeanor and indifferent tone made Zhuge Mingyang angry out of humiliation. As the number one monster in the capital, he would not allow anyone to be stronger than him, especially Qin Feiyang. Only by defeating Qin Feiyang in all aspects could his title as the number one monster in the capital be truly recognized by everyone. Is your physical strength very strong? Then I'll use my physical strength to completely destroy you. Zhuge Mingyang roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like a furious lion. He's deliberately provoking you. Don't be fooled. The state preceptor secretly shouted. He knew Qin Feiyang too well. Once he lost his mind while fighting with Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to announcing his death. However, Zhuge Mingyang turned a deaf ear to him. Qin Feiyang smiled and took a step forward. The energy in his body surged violently. He raised his fist and punched toward Zhuge Mingyang. Come on. Let me see how strong you are. Zhuge Mingyang roared. He raised his other arm and punched toward Qin Feiyang. Rumble. When the two fists met, the void twisted and the terrifying aura could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Those one-star combat emperors who were like the two of them could not withstand the aura and kept retreating. However, everyone's gaze was fixed on the two of them. Crack. Suddenly, a bone-breaking sound that was not very loud was heard. However, it was like a bolt from the blue to everyone's ears. They saw that Zhuge Mingyang's arm was broken into pieces. That's right. This time, it was not broken. It was broken into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions. As for Zhuge Mingyang, he was sent flying and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang's miserable state, everyone was shocked. Crushing Zhuge Mingyang, who was at the same level. How terrifying was Qin Feiyang's strength? How did he possess such terrifying strength? No one could figure it out. Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor could not figure it out either. Humph. This bastard ate the sacred lion's divine meat. His body has been reborn. With Zhuge Mingyang's strength, he wants to fight him head-on. He's really courting death. In the crowd, an old man covered in a black robe mumbled to himself. He was Wan Chiu. Looking at Qin Feiyang, his eyes were shining with a bone-piercing cold light. After all these years, is this all you've improved? At the top of the clouds, Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang proudly, his expression full of disdain. Ha ha, Zhuge Mingyang stabilized himself in the air and laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unwillingness, anger, killing intent, and arrogance. Swoosh. Suddenly, a bone-replenishing pill and a regeneration pill flew out from his Chenkuan bag. Zhuge Mingyang swallowed them in one gulp. There was not the slightest bit of discouragement in his eyes. Qin Feiyang, you're really an amazing person. Unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time to meet me. In this life, You're destined to be my, Zhuge Mingyang's, stepping stone. Come, dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. Zhuge Mingyang roared to the sky. Battle Chi rolled out and a huge azure dragon instantly appeared. The azure dragon was more than 1,000 feet long, like a majestic mountain range. It danced and circled in the sky, emitting a shocking dragon's might. Azure Dragon Secret Art. This is not the first time you've seen it, but this time it will be stronger than the last time. Zhuge Mingyang's hair fluttered in anger as he roared at Azure Dragon, tear him apart. Roar. The Azure Dragon immediately let out a deafening dragon roar, and a powerful divine might rolled out, shocking all direction. Divine art. Everyone's heart trembled. As a monstrous genius of the capital, Zhuge Mingyang did not lack perfect battle arts. However, he used the divine art from the beginning and used his full strength. It was enough to see how much he feared Qin Feiyang. Divine might, however. Qin Feiyang frowned. If he remembered correctly, the Azure Dragon Secret Art had a total of 3 moves. The first move, Dragon Roaring in the 9 heavens. The second move, Azure Dragon's Eye. The third move, Azure Dragon Celestial Phenomenon. And he remembered that the last time he fought with Zhuge Mingyang, the first move, Dragon Roaring in the 9 heavens, and the second move, Azure Dragon's Eye, had not reached the level of a divine art. Only the third move, Azure Dragon Celestial Phenomenon. In other words, the first and second moves could only be considered as perfect battle arts, but they were stronger than perfect battle arts. And the third move was the real divine art. But now, why did Zhuge Mingyang's first move, Dragon Roaring in the 9 heavens, have divine might? Roar. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Dragon roared, and the dragon's might covered the sky. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed at the Azure Dragon. An invisible force rolled out and blasted towards the Azure Dragon. Ruins of End Art. Fourth move, Ruins of End. However, the Azure Dragon only gently swung its huge tail and easily defeated the invisible force. Puff. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and his body retreated continuously. It's really a divine art. His eyes trembled. The power of the fourth move of the Ruins of End Art had already reached the peak of perfect battle arts, but it was easily defeated by the Azure Dragon. If this was not a divine art, then what was it? Are you surprised? That's right. During the battle at the Imperial Palace, the first and second moves of the Azure Dragon technique were only perfect battle arts. But with the help of the ancestor, I recomprehended the first and second moves, and now they have transformed into divine art. Zhuge Mingyang secretly laughed. What? Recomprehended? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. That's right. Everyone says that only battle gods can truly comprehend divine arts, but I, Zhuge Mingyang, relied on the cultivation of a battle saint to comprehend the profound meaning of the Azure Dragon technique. Although I only comprehended it with the help of the ancestor, I believe that I am the first person in the world with such talent. Let me ask, if I am not worthy of the title of the #1 monster in the imperial capital, then who is? You. Have you comprehended a divine art? If you don't have the pill to unlock the door of potential, then tell me, what are you? What do you have to compete with me? Zhuge Mingyang secretly roared, feeling indignant. In terms of talent, he was the #1 monster in the Great Qin Empire. As for Qin Feiyang, he was merely lucky to have obtained the pill formulas for the potential pill. Otherwise, he had already trampled Qin Feiyang under his feet and wantonly trampled on him. I have never denied your talent. I have also never thought of competing with you for the title of the #1 monster. Because these are not what I want. Didn't you realize that all this time, it was you who took the initiative to find trouble with me? But these are no longer important, because you indeed deserve to die. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his entire temperament changed greatly. If he was a person of flesh and blood before, then now he was a god of death that made people tremble. His eyes were full of indifference. To be honest, Zhuge Mingyang's talent scared him. He had to eliminate him as soon as possible, otherwise it would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. The Azure Dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty. When it arrived above Qin Feiyang, it raised its huge tail and slammed it towards Qin Feiyang's head. A little bug dares to be impudent in front of me, Qin Feiyang roared and activated the battle formula. His eyes and long hair suddenly turned blood red. Whoosh! Using the phantom steps, he was like a ghost, avoiding the Azure Dragon's huge tail. He swept to the top of the Azure Dragon's head and then stomped on the Azure Dragon's head. AO, accompanied by a wail, the Azure Dragon immediately disintegrated and dissipated in the void. What? Shattering the deity formula with one kick. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just how terrifying was the power of this kick? It was too unbelievable. Chapter 1287. The battle formula. With this deity technique in hand, who in the same realm as Qin Feiyang would be able to compete against him? Zhuge Mingyang is really stupid. However, some people knew what was going on. For example, Wan Qiu. The battle formula not only had strong defensive power, but it could also ignore half of the opponent's attack power. Of course, he didn't know much about the battle formula. However, Mu Qing and Lu Xingchen had told him that this divine formula was far superior to other divine formulas. Once the battle formula was activated, Qin Feiyang would have an immortal body. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Boom! While everyone was still in shock, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and finally took the initiative to attack. So what if you have a divine formula? So what if you're talented? As long as you're under someone's foot, you're nothing. He stepped forward step by step. His blood-red hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked like a god of war. His terrifying battle intent roared in all directions and even the sky trembled. Then you can try and see if you can trample me under your foot. Azure Dragon's Eye, destroy. Zhuge Mingyang roared. A divine dragon's eye suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, the eye suddenly opened and a dazzling divine light burst out of it. It was filled with a destructive aura. No matter how many divine formulas you have, I only need one move. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! The divine light was destroyed on the spot. Zhuge Mingyang retreated continuously. His body and mind trembled and blood gushed out of his mouth. The power of each punch is comparable to a deity technique. Is this the power of the battle character incantation? No. With the protection of the battle formula, the power of his punch is even more terrifying than a divine formula. Wan Qiu was dumbfounded and a deep sense of fear emerged in his heart. If it were him, he would have died in Qin Feiyang's hands. Impossible. Zhuge Mingyang was also in disbelief. He shook his head crazily and said, "How did you do it? Isn't that obvious?" "Of course, it's the deity technique," Qin Feiyang sneered. He landed in front of Zhuge Mingyang with a single step and slapped his palm toward Zhuge Mingyang's chest. "Divine art. What kind of deity technique can crush my Azure Dragon secret art as easily as crushing dry weeds? I don't believe it. I refuse to accept this." Zhuge Mingyang roared hysterically. His broken arm had already recovered under the effects of the bone-replenishing pill. He clenched his fist and punched out. Third style, Azure Dragon Celestial Phenomenon. Boom! A majestic battle chi gushed out from his fist. Ding! That battle chi condensed into an Azure Dragon and followed the fist as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Fist and palm collided in an instant. With a loud bang, Qin Feiyang was knocked back, and a wisp of purple-gold dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But at the same time, Zhuge Mingyang's arm shattered, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. "Looks like your battle art isn't that invincible." "Ha ha," Zhuge Mingyang laughed continuously. "Although it's not invincible, it's enough to kill you." Qin Feiyang's blood-red eyes surged with a torrential blood-red light, as if a sea of blood was surging. Whoosh! He took a step forward, raised his arm, and slapped towards Zhuge Mingyang's head. "Kill me." Zhuge Mingyang retreated as he mocked, "I know how strong you are, but do you know how strong I am? If you still think that I'm as weak as before, then you're gravely mistaken. The real battle begins now." Zhuge Mingyang raised his head and laughed. Battle chi surged in front of him, and a crescent moon rose into the sky, shaking the heavens with its divine might. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Isn't that the first move of sun and moon eclipse, dark moon?" Zhuge Mingyang had indeed inherited the first-generation Marquis Zhuge's legacy. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the crescent moon, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Then?" Zhuge Mingyang was like a king as he said arrogantly, "I'll leave your corpse intact. I won't let you die a miserable death." "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed. "Does he think that he can kill me just because he has sun and moon eclipse? That's too naive. Stubborn people will end up in a miserable state." Zhuge Mingyang smiled ferociously. The crescent moon shook the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! However, Qin Feiyang did not retreat. Instead, he went forward and slapped the crescent moon. Rumble! Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The skin on his arm was torn and the flesh was exposed. The purple-gold dragon blood splattered in the sky and dyed the sky red. However, the crescent moon was also shattered by his palm strike. "I've said that this is just the beginning." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Boom! Before he finished his words, another scorching sun rose into the sky. Sun and moon eclipse, second move, sun eclipse. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes. The second move, sun eclipse, was at least twice as powerful as the first move, dark moon. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, and I, Zhuge Mingyang, don't need 30 years to avenge my humiliation. Prepare to die. Zhuge Mingyang roared into the sky. The scorching sun shook violently in the sky. It was like a meteorite from outer space, carrying a monstrous power as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He did not retreat and punched forward. Boom! This punch contained all of his strength. However, sun eclipse was too powerful. With a cracking sound, his arm shattered on the spot. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. He lost his balance and was sent flying. As for sun eclipse, it was only shattered. It paused for a moment before continuing to charge towards Qin Feiyang. Is he crazy? He knows that it's a divine art, yet he still went for it. But speaking of which, what divine art is that? Why haven't I seen Zhuge Mingyang use it before? Everyone was bewildered. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang. He took a step into the void and forcefully stabilized his body. Following that, he looked up at the broken sun eclipse. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately following that, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he took another step forward, raised his left hand, and blasted at sun eclipse. Boom! Sun eclipse finally collapsed. However, Qin Feiyang's left hand was lacerated. He was sent flying again, covered in blood. He's really crazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something so stupid. Someone shook his head. Crazy. I think he's at his wit's end. Another person mocked. At his wit's end? You just came to Imperial City, right? Otherwise, why would you say such words? Who in Imperial City doesn't know that Qin Feiyang has obtained the legacy of the previous emperor and grasped the divine dragon art? And look, up until now, has Qin Feiyang used the divine dragon art? Let me tell you, Qin Feiyang's strength is far beyond this. Many people looked at the person who mocked him with disdain. A frog at the bottom of a well dared to speak nonsense. What a joke. At the peak of the clouds, Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang proudly and asked, "How does it feel?" Qin Feiyang stabilized his body and smiled, "It's just SOSO. Haha, you still dare to be arrogant when you're about to die. Hurry up and show me your divine dragon art. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. After defeating Qin Feiyang twice in a row, he had already started to become arrogant. Boom! Battle chi surged. Mystic moon and eclipse rose into the sky at the same time. That world-shaking might rolled out in the sky. At this moment, even though he was a 5-star combat emperor, he felt a great sense of oppression and quickly retreated. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What was going on? Logically speaking, shouldn't Zhuge Mingyang use the third move, Eclipse Moon? Why was it still the first and second move? Was he hiding it and not showing it? Since that was the case, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out a healing pill and a regeneration pill, throwing them into his mouth. A square seal condensed. Dragon might and divine might shook the heavens. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Otherwise, it would be boring. Zhuge Mingyang chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the mystic moon and eclipse moon fell together. The distorted void was about to collapse. Qin Feiyang looked at him with contempt. The divine dragon seal roared out and expanded in the wind. In an instant, a divine seal that was like a mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the commander of the Kirin army shouted anxiously, "Those below 7-star War Emperor, retreat quickly." This was the collision of 3 great divine arts. And most importantly, there was the divine dragon art. The divine dragon art was a divine art created by the previous emperor. Back then, even the previous emperor, Mu Tianyang, was no match for the divine dragon art. One could imagine how terrifying it was. So, the commander of the Kirin army was worried that innocent people would be hurt. Hearing the commander of the Kirin army, everyone did not dare to be careless and retreated quickly. Even some 8-star war emperors could not help but retreat. Rumble. At the top of the sky, the divine dragon seal released a dazzling purple-gold divine light. It was as dazzling as the scorching sun. The mystic moon and eclipse moon also exploded with boundless light. The terrifying destructive power caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Boom. Suddenly, the 3 great divine arts pierced through the sky like comets and collided violently. The heavens and earth trembled. Puff. Zhuge Mingyang's body trembled violently and blood spurted out. Looking at the mystic moon and eclipse moon, under the divine power of the divine dragon seal, they quickly collapsed and disintegrated. However, Qin Feiyang did not move at all. The divine dragon seal was not damaged at all. Too powerful. Is this the power of the divine dragon art? The previous emperor's power is not to be blasphemed. It is not to be offended. Everyone's body and mind trembled. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Looking at Qin Feiyang at this moment, everyone felt as if they had seen the previous emperor return. The combination of the first and second forms could not block the first form of the divine dragon art. Qin Batian, what kind of divine art did you create? At the same time, looking at this scene, the imperial preceptor clenched his fists and roared in his heart. At this moment, the top of the sky fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the imperial preceptor or the others, they could not help but feel fear when they saw the divine dragon seal above Qin Feiyang's head. As you wish, the divine dragon seal is out. However, what do you plan to do next? Qin Feiyang stood proudly and looked at Zhuge Mingyang, who was in an extremely sorry state. As soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 1288. Divine Dragon Seal. Zhuge Mingyang stared at the divine dragon seal with a ferocious look in his eyes. Swish. With a wave of his hand, healing pill, regeneration pill, battle chi pill, and bone continuing pill appeared. He swallowed them all in one gulp. Immediately after, he stared at Qin Feiyang and said with a sinister smile, "Qin Feiyang, do you remember what I told you before? Today, I will completely defeat you." "Then hurry up," Qin Feiyang said. "Haha, since you can't wait, I'll fulfill your wish. Now, open your eyes wide and watch carefully how I deal with your divine dragon seal." Zhuge Mingyang laughed loudly, and another Zhuge Mingyang appeared beside him. The 2 Zhuge Mingyang, regardless of appearance, height, or cultivation, were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell who was who. Clone. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Is it just a clone? The 2 Zhuge Mingyang laughed sinisterly. The next moment, beside the 2 of them, another figure appeared. Their faces and cultivation were exactly the same as Zhuge Mingyang's. Finally, there were actually 99 Zhuge Mingyangs. In other words, including Zhuge Mingyang's original body, there were 100 Zhuge Mingyangs standing in front of Qin Feiyang. Mystic Moon. Immediately after, 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared in unison. The next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. At the top of the clouds, 100 mystic moons rose into the sky, bringing with them a world-shaking divine might as they blasted towards the divine dragon seal. With a loud bang, the divine dragon seal collapsed on the spot. It could be said that it was as easy as crushing dry weed. Puff. Qin Feiyang's body shook, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The 100 Zhuge Mingyangs waved their hands at the same time, and the mystic moons stopped in midair. Their divine auras shook the surroundings. Qin Feiyang, do you see it now? This is my true trump card. Divine art, 3,000 clones. 100 Zhuge Mingyangs opened their mouths at the same time, grinning hideously. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, and his gaze turned solemn. Although he didn't know what level these 3,000 incarnations were at, he could clearly feel that each of them had the strength of Zhuge Mingyang at his peak. Tell me, are you in despair now? 100 Zhuge Mingyangs spoke again, each of their faces filled with mockery. Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose, and the purple-gold dragon Qi roared out. A purple-gold divine dragon appeared, and its dragon might rolled out, causing the sky to tremble. Dragon god's roar. Qin Feiyang bellowed. Hum. The purple-gold divine dragon raised its head and roared. An invisible sound wave surged towards the black moons like a tsunami in the ocean. Catcher. Round after round of crescent moons collapsed one after another, disintegrating. However, the Zhuge Mingyang's incarnations didn't show any signs of collapsing. Instead, the mockery on their faces became more intense. It's useless. They will only disappear if you destroy my incarnations with your own hands. Zhuge Mingyang chuckled. Just like before, 100 Zhuge Mingyangs spoke at the same time, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Boom. Under the impact of the sound wave, the 100 mystic moons collapsed. Eclipse. Kill. However, the 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared in unison, and 100 scorching suns rose and pounced on the purple-gold divine dragon one after another. The purple-gold divine dragon hovered above Qin Feiyang's head, and the sound waves were earth-shattering. Boom. Kacha. The eclipse sun continued to explode, and the divine light was so bright that even the sun's radiance was overshadowed. That destructive aura was like a torrent of beasts, rolling in all directions. The onlookers, other than the imperial advisor, couldn't help but retreat. Including Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng and the others. Too terrifying. What kind of people were they? However, what shocked everyone the most was that the 3,000 incarnations that Zhuge Mingyang used could actually compete with the dragon god secret art. Lei Bao asked, Wang Yangfeng, do you think old Qin will win? Yes. Definitely. Wang Yangfeng answered without any hesitation. Wang Yishan and the others also nodded, full of confidence in Qin Feiyang. Will he really win? But why do I feel that Zhuge Mingyang has the strength to compete with him? Lei Bao muttered, and couldn't help but worry for Qin Feiyang. Boom. With a loud sound, the purple-gold divine dragon was finally unable to withstand the bombardment of the 100 eclipse sun and dissipated with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang's body trembled violently as blood gushed out. Ha ha, if you feel despair, just say it. Don't hold it in. It's uncomfortable. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly, not giving Qin Feiyang any chance to catch his breath. He evolved another 100 eclipse sun, bringing with it the power to destroy the world, and smashed towards Qin Feiyang. From afar, it looked like a meteor shower, causing the sky to tremble. 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang muttered, calming down the surging qi and blood in his heart. The purple-gold dragon qi poured out. Boom. A statue of a god had appeared. The third form of the dragon god secret art, supreme of the 9 and 5. It's useless. The current me is already invincible. If God blocks me, I'll kill God. If Buddha blocks me, I'll kill Buddha. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang laughed out loud towards the sky, all of them with an attitude of supremacy. Invincible. Qin Feiyang muttered and shouted, slash. Clang. The statue suddenly swooped down, the broken sword in his hand emitting a dazzling divine light, slashing down. Boom. More than 10 eclipse sun were destroyed on the spot. That's all you got. Qin Feiyang said coldly. The broken sword attacked again, and more than 10 eclipse sun were destroyed. Terrifying. Is this the third move of the divine dragon technique? Everyone's heart trembled. They even had an illusion that the late emperor had returned. Yes, that's the way. It would be boring if I killed you instantly. Looking at the statue, the 100 Zhuge Mingyang were not nervous at all. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit and laughed continuously. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and he snorted coldly, "The late emperor's prestige is not something an ant like you can offend." Clang. The statue destroyed the eclipse sun, reaching the top of the 100 Zhuge Mingyang's head, and then slashed down with his sword. Tens of thousands of sword qi swept through the sky, and the void was about to split open. The late emperor's prestige cannot be offended. Hee, ha, today, I really want to try offending him. Dragon roars to the ninth heaven. Azure dragon's eye. Mystic moon. Eclipse sun. Kill him. The 100 Zhuge Mingyangs were insufferably arrogant as they continuously evolved the 4 great divine arts and charged towards the divine statue. Boom. Crack. At this moment, everyone in the imperial city could clearly feel the terrifying divine might. This divine might, could it be that the war god is fighting at the top of the clouds? Everyone was bewildered. How could this be? A figure flew into the clouds, looking at Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang. His face was filled with fear. This person was the head eunuch. Stop fighting. He glanced at the crowd and saw that no one was stopping Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang, so he shouted loudly. But Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang ignored him. To be exact, they didn't hear it. Because now, they only had each other in their eyes. As for the imperial advisor, Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others, they heard the voice of the head eunuch, but they only took a quick glance and continued to pay attention to the battlefield. Being ignored by everyone like this, the head eunuch couldn't help but become angry. He mustered all his strength and shouted, "His Majesty's orders." "Your Majesty." The imperial advisor was shocked and didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly flew to the front of the head eunuch and bowed, "What orders does your Majesty have?" The head eunuch glanced at the imperial advisor, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, His Majesty wants you to go to the throne room immediately and have an audience with him without any delay. Tell him that I'm not free." Qin Feiyang heard it this time, but he just responded coldly and didn't even look at the head eunuch. The head eunuch was about to explode with anger. A cold light flashed in the imperial advisor's eyes and he said, "Head eunuch, he won't go with you now because their battle is not over yet. Then you should stop them quickly. What if someone dies?" The head eunuch said anxiously. The imperial advisor sneered, "Qin Feiyang is originally a wanted criminal by His Majesty himself. Everyone has the right to kill him. Even if Zhuge Mingyang kills him, he is serving His Majesty to get rid of this scourge." Hearing this, the head eunuch was speechless for a moment. The imperial advisor said, "Go back and report to His Majesty. I will take Qin Feiyang's head to report to him later." The head eunuch hesitated. The imperial advisor raised his eyebrows and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. The head eunuch's eyes trembled and he nodded, "Well, I'll go back and report to His Majesty first." After that, he opened a portal and ran in without looking back. Crack. It was also at this moment, the battle in the sky had also come to an end. Under the continuous bombardment of the divine technique, the statue suddenly fell apart and dissipated between heaven and earth. Puff. Qin Feiyang also seemed to have been struck by lightning. He kept retreating, his face pale. What? Young Master was defeated. Wang Yangfeng and the others were dumbfounded. The rest of the people were also dumbfounded when they saw this. The divine dragon technique was created by the former emperor, so in the eyes of the world, the divine dragon technique was invincible. But now, it was defeated by Zhuge Mingyang. Was the level of the 3,000 incarnations higher than the divine dragon technique? The imperial advisor, on the other hand, looked excited. His wrinkled hands could not help but clench. As long as Qin Feiyang died, the ancient castle, Chang Shui, the ancient pagoda, the tree of fortune, and so on would be in his pocket. "Qin Feiyang, how are my 3,000 incarnations?" High up in the sky. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang looked down at the battered and exhausted Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of contempt. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, stabilized his body, stood in the void, looked up at the 100 Zhuge Mingyang, and nodded, "I won't deny it, it's very strong, basically unbeatable." Haha, it's really not easy to get Qin Feiyang's approval. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang raised their heads and laughed. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Is my approval that important?" It's not important. But looking at your discouraged and dejected look, I feel very happy. Chapter 1289. Discouraged. Discouraged. Qin Feiyang was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. How can you tell that I'm discouraged? Stop pretending. Although you look calm on the surface, you're actually panicking to the extreme in your heart. 100 Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Pretending? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. You're too confident. Don't I have the right to be confident now? 100 Zhuge Mingyang said. If you're really confident, why don't you stand out and talk to me alone? Ever since those 90 incarnations appeared, you've been hanging out with them. You even speak together. Why is that? Because you're afraid that I'll find your real body. In this world, incarnations and clones are closely related to the real body. In other words, as long as I kill you or cripple you, even if you really have 3,000 incarnations, they'll collapse on their own. So, the one who's pretending now is you, not me. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hearing those words, the 100 Zhuge Mingyangs were instantly filled with hostility. Angry out of humiliation? Then it seems that I'm right. Qin Feiyang joked. So what if you're right? Can you change your fate? No. Your death is destined. Even if the heavenly king comes down, he can't change it. Eclipse. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang roared, and 100 scorching suns roared out. Murderous intent filled the sky. Is my death really destined? Qin Feiyang chuckled. His flaming battle chi surged, but it didn't disperse. Instead, it gathered on both sides in front of him. What's he going to do? Everyone was surprised. The Grand Preceptor also locked his gaze on Qin Feiyang. If it were someone else, there was no doubt that Zhuge Mingyang would win. But now, Zhuge Mingyang's opponent was Qin Feiyang. Not to mention anything else, just the name of Qin Feiyang alone was enough to change the outcome. It's useless. No one in this world can defeat my 3,000 incarnations. However, Zhuge Mingyang had completely inflated his ego and did not put Qin Feiyang in his eyes at all. Speaking of which, you're quite pitiful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Sad? What do you mean? 100 Zhuge Mingyang frowned at the same time. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the eclipse of the sun and moon is the divine art of the first Zhuge Wuhou. How do you know about the eclipse of the moon? Zhuge Mingyang was bewildered. The Grand Master's pupils shrank slightly. Of course I know. I also know that eclipse of the sun and moon has 3 moves in total. First style, dark moon. Second style, eclipse. Third style, eclipse of the sun and moon, Qin Feiyang said. His voice fell. A waning moon suddenly appeared on the left side of his body, and on the right side, a scorching sun appeared. This is, seeing the waning moon and the scorching sun, the 100 Zhuge Mingyang and the Grand Master's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. Wasn't that the first and second style of the eclipse of the moon? Bastard, why do you know the first and second style? Zhuge Mingyang roared. Of course, it was still 100 Zhuge Mingyang who spoke at the same time. Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, not only do I know the first and second style, I also know the third style. Finished. The waning moon and the scorching sun in front of him suddenly merged together, and a world-destroying aura suddenly surged out. That's right. This third style was the fusion of the first and second style. After the fusion, the eclipse of the sun and moon became translucent, and the dark moon was embedded in the eclipse of the sun, showing a scene of a heavenly dog devouring the sun. Its power was also several times stronger than the first and second style. You probably haven't seen the third style, right? Now, I'll let you see the strongest deity art of your ancestor. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the eclipse of the sun and moon rose into the sky, at the same time expanding with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the eclipse of the sun and moon had expanded to thousands of feet, like a meteorite from outer space, with a mighty divine power, crushing the eclipse of the sun. Rumble. Crack. The eclipse of the sun continued to shatter, and the destructive airwaves were like raging waves crashing against the shore, surging into the galaxy. In less than 3 breaths, all the eclipse of the sun collapsed. I don't believe it. 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared at the same time, hysterical. The three styles of the Azure Dragon art: Dragon Roaring to the Ninth Heaven, Azure Dragon Eye, Azure Dragon Celestial Phenomenon. The two styles of the Eclipse of the Sun and Moon, Dark Moon, Eclipse of the Sun. These two deity arts continued to evolve, crazily bombarding the eclipse of the Sun and Moon. Rumble. In the sky, numerous loud bangs exploded incessantly. It was as if numerous ancient chariots were crushing through, and it was deafening. More than 10 breaths later, the eclipse of the Sun and Moon finally shattered, but the 100 Zhuge Mingyang did not look happy at all. Why? Even I don't know the third style, Eclipse of the Sun and Moon. Why do you, an outsider, know it? Their faces were filled with madness. And Qin Feiyang did not expect the three Eclipse of the Sun and Moon to severely injure Zhuge Mingyang. Because the Eclipse of the Sun and Moon was inferior to the Dragon God art. Even the Dragon God art could not break the 3,000 incarnations, so how could the Eclipse of the Sun and Moon do it? The reason he did this was to mess up Zhuge Mingyang's heart. Although he didn't understand the 3,000 incarnations' divine art, he could see some clues from the previous exchange. These 100 Zhuge Mingyang, whether it was their words, actions, or anything else, there was no difference. Therefore, it was very difficult to distinguish the real Zhuge Mingyang from these aspects. However, as long as Zhuge Mingyang was confused, he would definitely reveal a flaw. At this moment, he was carefully observing the expressions of the 100 Zhuge Mingyang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, at the same time. The Grand Preceptor was also muttering to himself. The Eclipse of the Sun and Moon was the Zhuge family's legacy. How could Qin Feiyang get it? And he even got the third style? Could it be? Suddenly, he remembered the land of legacy. You got the Eclipse of the Sun and Moon in the land of legacy? He quickly sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. That's right. Qin Feiyang replied. Although he was answering the Grand Preceptor, he was still observing the 100 Zhuge Mingyang. How could this be? So many direct descendants of the Zhuge family did not get the third style of the Eclipse of the Sun and Moon. How did you, an outsider, get it? The Grand Preceptor roared in his heart, feeling indignant. Yes, the direct descendants did not get it, but I, an outsider, got it. If this were to spread, it would be the biggest joke. Qin Feiyang's mocking voice rang in the minds of the Grand Preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang at the same time. Puff. Zhuge Mingyang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Grand Preceptor was also going crazy. It's you. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as his gaze locked onto Zhuge Mingyang, who was vomiting blood. This was because the incarnation and clones were all condensed from battle chi and did not have flesh and blood. Therefore, the person who vomited blood must be Zhuge Mingyang's original body. Whiz. Qin Feiyang immediately used the phantom steps and rushed towards Zhuge Mingyang. Haha, Zhuge Mingyang laughed out loud, and said, "Do you think you can kill me like this?" The 99 incarnations immediately evolved into a divine art and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Zhuge Mingyang stood behind the 99 incarnations, his eyes full of ridicule. "You underestimate me too much." Qin Feiyang sneered, activated the concealment technique, and instantly disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Where is he? Everyone hurriedly scanned the surrounding void. Seeing this, Zhuge Mingyang panicked and hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mixed into the 99 incarnations. The 99 incarnations also immediately moved in the void like lightning. This was to confuse Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The Grand Preceptor also became nervous. "Come out quickly, what's the point of hiding?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not appear for a long time, Zhuge Mingyang and the 99 incarnations roared angrily. Whether it was the expression or the aura, it was completely the same. But Qin Feiyang still did not appear. And the longer Qin Feiyang disappeared, the more flustered Zhuge Mingyang became. Wang Yangfeng smiled and asked, "Where do you think the young master is now?" Wang Yishan said disdainfully, "Is there a need to say? The young master must be standing beside Zhuge Mingyang, looking at him as if he's a clown." Lei Bao glanced at the two of them and sighed, "This guy is really strong." He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would lose. But he did not expect that the situation would be reversed so quickly. "Come out quickly. Are you going to hide for the rest of your life?" Or do you think you're no match for him and have already fled? The 100 Zhuge Mingyang roared. I want to ask, do you really have the ability to make me flee? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in Zhuge Mingyang's ears. Zhuge Mingyang shuddered and hurriedly retreated. But at the same time, a hand appeared out of thin air, mercilessly tore open his lower abdomen, and entered his qi ocean. His qi ocean was also torn apart on the spot. Ah! Zhuge Mingyang suddenly screamed miserably, and the 99 clones that surrounded him all dissipated in an instant. Qin Feiyang also appeared. He pulled out his bloody arm, looked at Zhuge Mingyang, and sneered, "You've already been locked on by me, and you still want to confuse me, aren't you too naive? Or have you become so arrogant that you don't take me, Qin Feiyang, seriously?" Zhuge Mingyang's eyes trembled. Only now did he wake up from his arrogance. His opponent now was not those idiots he had met before, but Qin Feiyang, who had the ability to compete with him. Facing this person, if he was slightly careless, he would fall into eternal damnation, not to mention his endless arrogance. How could he be so stupid? After gaining a little bit of advantage, he became complacent. He regretted it too much in his heart. Sigh. In the end, Zhuge Mingyang lost. In today's world, who can stop Qin Feiyang's return? Stepping on Zhuge Mingyang's bones and making a strong return, that's too awesome. Now, I'm afraid only the big shots, such as the state preceptor and the emperor, can subdue him. Everyone sighed. How many years had it been since Qin Feiyang was expelled from the imperial capital? It was hard to imagine that he had grown to this extent. If he was allowed to continue to grow, what level would he reach? And this point, the state preceptor, as his sworn enemy, had long been aware of it. Chapter 1290. Hey! Qin Feiyang grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's neck and turned to look at the state preceptor. He grinned and said, "Put away your arrogance right now, or I'll take off his head and give it to you as a ball." "How dare you?" The state preceptor was furious. "Why don't you try?" Qin Feiyang joked. The state preceptor's face was gloomy, but in the end, he restrained his aura and said in a deep voice, "Let him go." "Are you kidding me? Regardless of victory or defeat, only life or death. He proposed it and you agreed. In other words, even if I kill him now, no one has the right to interfere. But now you're asking me to let him go so arrogantly. What do you want? To bully others with your power?" Qin Feiyang looked at the state preceptor playfully and said. The state preceptor's old face was a little embarrassed. If it was someone unrelated, he would definitely turn around and leave to avoid being humiliated. But now it was Zhuge Mingyang who fell into Qin Feiyang's hands. He liked Zhuge Mingyang very much. He even had high hopes for him. Whether the Zhuge family could really rise in the future might depend on Zhuge Mingyang. And in order to cultivate Zhuge Mingyang, he had spent a lot of effort. So, he couldn't ignore it. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Do you want to save him? Kneel down and beg me." Everyone was dumbfounded. Did Qin Feiyang eat a leopard's guts? He actually dared to threaten the state preceptor openly? Looking at the state preceptor again. His face was ashen and his hands were tightly clenched together. His palms had already turned white. If looks could kill, Qin Feiyang would have been smashed into pieces. "Don't beg him." Zhuge Mingyang suddenly roared. The state preceptor's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. He quickly looked at Zhuge Mingyang and saw Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashing with madness. "What do you want to do?" The state preceptor was surprised. Qin Feiyang also raised his eyebrows slightly. But the next moment, the state preceptor seemed to have thought of something and said angrily, "You want to use that move, right? I won't allow it. I lost to him last time. If I lose to him again, I'm afraid I won't be able to make a comeback in this life. So, no matter what price I have to pay today, an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood," Zhuge Mingyang said, his face full of determination. "What's the situation? Isn't his C's qi? How can he still be so?" Everyone was surprised. Qin Feiyang also frowned. Could it be that this Zhuge Mingyang was still hiding some tricks? However, even if Zhuge Mingyang still had some tricks up his sleeve, wouldn't it be useless if his sea of qi was destroyed? This was because regardless of whether it was a battle art or a deity art, They all required cultivation and battle chi to support them. In short, without chi and cultivation, even if he had a heaven-defying chi and chi, he wouldn't be able to use it. Qin Feiyang, it's not over yet, it's just the beginning. Just when Qin Feiyang was puzzled, Zhuge Mingyang suddenly roared, and a shocking amount of qi and blood rushed out of his body. This qi and blood, with a destructive aura, actually forced Qin Feiyang to retreat. What happened? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others were also surprised. The people who were watching the battle also stared at Zhuge Mingyang, extremely shocked and bewildered. What was that qi and blood? It actually contained such terrifying power. Haha, Zhuge Mingyang slowly turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was shocked to find that Zhuge Mingyang's injuries were instantly healed. That's right. It happened in an instant, including the wound on his lower abdomen. Boom. Immediately after, the qi and blood receded, and a monstrous emperor's aura rushed out of Zhuge Mingyang's body. What? His qi was repaired just like that. I didn't see him take the spirit sea pill before. Even if he took the spirit sea pill, it shouldn't be so fast. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. It was like magic. The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Zhuge Mingyang's originally young and strong body was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he became an old man in his 50s or 60s, with white hair and 1 foot in the grave. Everyone was shocked. His qi was repaired in an instant, but his appearance also aged in an instant. What was going on? Forbidden technique. Suddenly, a shocked voice sounded. Forbidden technique? Everyone was stunned and looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang. Zhuge Mingyang was also stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and laughed hoarsely. I didn't expect you to know about forbidden techniques. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes full of disbelief. He never thought that this Zhuge Mingyang not only had the Azure Dragon secret art, Eclipse Moon, and 3,000 incarnations, these 3 divine arts, but also mastered a forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. Of course, he was not unfamiliar with it. Wang Zicheng and the other Blue Sea 10 heroes all had various forbidden techniques. The reason why it was called a forbidden technique was because it required one's life and qi and blood as the price in order to exert unimaginable power. And just now, Zhuge Mingyang's qi was instantly repaired. Without a doubt, it was exchanged with his life and qi and blood. Forget it. It doesn't matter even if you know about forbidden techniques, because you will die soon. As for me, I won't give you any more chances. 3,000 incarnations. Zhuge Mingyang raised his head and roared. 99 clones instantly appeared. Dragon roaring in the sky. Eclipse moon. Black moon. Azure dragon eye. Azure dragon celestial phenomenon. All kinds of divine arts were constantly evolved, carrying a monstrous murderous aura as they attacked Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the sky was full of divine arts flying like a meteor shower. The sky trembled again. Boss Qin is in a bad situation, Lei Bao muttered. No. Young master must have a way to break it. Wang Yangfeng whispered. Mingyang, you have paid such a big price, you must kill him. The Grand Preceptor also muttered to himself. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. Looking at the dense divine arts, he didn't dare to be careless. He formed a seal with both hands and the divine dragon seal appeared in the sky and blasted out. Boom. The divine dragon seal was very strong. Whether it was the Azure Dragon secret art or the Eclipse Moon, it could easily crush them. If it was a one-on-one battle, Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't have any chance of winning with just the divine dragon seal. However, Zhuge Mingyang had the advantage in numbers. 100 Zhuge Mingyangs simultaneously evolved their battle arts. Qin Feiyang was alone and couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Although the Azure Dragon secret art and the Eclipse Moon were crushed by the divine dragon seal, in the end, the divine dragon seal shattered under the endless bombardment of countless divine art. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. It's time to determine the winner. Qin Feiyang, take this. The 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared. Round after round of eclipse sun, like a comet, emitted a dazzling light and crashed towards Qin Feiyang. With the previous lesson, Zhuge Mingyang didn't dare to be careless anymore. He took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack, not giving Qin Feiyang any chance to counterattack. Boom! The round of eclipse sun covered the sky and covered the earth. Qin Feiyang was drowned in the divine light on the spot. Young Lord! Wang Yangfeng and the others cried out anxiously. One must know. Those eclipse sun were evolved from divine arts. Being bombarded by so many divine arts, even a 5-star or 6-star combat emperor would be doomed, let alone a 1-star combat emperor like Qin Feiyang. This is not good. Everyone murmured in their hearts. Zhuge Mingyang was already serious. Qin Feiyang's life was at stake. Good, good, good. The state preceptor, without a doubt, was wild with joy. Chang Shui, the ancient castle, and various pill formulas that could unlock the door of potential, he had been drooling for a long time. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the opportunity. Now, as long as Qin Feiyang died, all these would be his. He couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of it. Round after round of eclipse sun continued to explode in the void. The light was dazzling. Everyone couldn't see Qin Feiyang's figure, but they could clearly sense that his aura was rapidly weakening. I won't stop until the last moment. Kill. 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared in unison again. Round after round of crescent moons broke through the sky and bombarded Qin Feiyang continuously. Hihi, but suddenly, a sneer could be heard from the void that was engulfed by divine light. What? He's not dead yet. Everyone was shocked. Zhuge Mingyang's face was also filled with shock. Judging from the sound, Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be seriously injured. Boom. The next moment, Qin Feiyang's weakened aura suddenly soared. He took a step forward and entered everyone's line of sight. They saw that his entire body was dripping with blood, but he didn't look weak at all. His eyes were like lightning and extremely sharp. I should also get serious, otherwise you'll become arrogant again. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang from afar and laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a golden light appeared. Return formula. The round after round of crescent moons were immediately repelled and blasted into the river of stars one after another. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. He repelled those deity arts so easily. Heavens! What kind of method was this? The 100 Zhuge Mingyangs were also shocked. How could this be? Facing his 3,000 clones, wasn't Qin Feiyang always in a state of being beaten? How could he suddenly become so fierce? Could it be he had been holding back all this time? I don't believe it. Kill. They roared angrily. All kinds of deity arts were unleashed. They densely covered half of the sky and bombarded Qin Feiyang. That's all you can do. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled contemptuously. He took a step forward and walked among the deity arts as if he was taking a stroll. In the middle of his two palms, a golden return character appeared. As he waved his palms one after another, whether it was Azure Dragon Secret Art or Eclipse Moon, they were all repelled. Some blasted into the river of stars. Some blasted into the city below. And the deity arts that blasted into the city were all intercepted by the Kirin army. Otherwise, the imperial city would definitely be destroyed. Why is it like this? Chapter 1291. Can't you see? Previously, I didn't use my full strength at all. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. His blood-red hair danced in the wind, and the shocking battle intent shook the heavens, as if the god of war had descended. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang were stunned, and immediately roared like crazy. Why? Why did you do this? He actually didn't use his full strength. This was simply humiliating him, because I was looking for the weakness of the 3,000 incarnations. After all, this divine art is not ordinary magical. It has aroused my curiosity. Of course, the most important thing is that I have to preserve my strength. Because there is a person here who doesn't want me to return to the imperial capital, so I have to save some energy to deal with him. I thought that I could end the battle by taking you down, but I didn't expect you to have mastered a forbidden technique. There's no other way. I can only use my full strength. Qin Feiyang laughed. And the person he was talking about was naturally the imperial tutor. Haha, 100 Zhuge Mingyang laughed, but his face was full of self-mockery. It turned out that all along, it was just a comedy directed and acted by him. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. Suddenly, they were like a group of furious lions, roaring, "Do you think that this can destroy my confidence? No, you will only arouse my fighting spirit and killing intent." Boom! 100 azure dragons rose from behind them. These were their fighting souls. Innate divine ability, destroy. Following their roar, the 100 azure dragon fighting souls scattered in the air, turning into an invisible force that rolled in all direction. The moment he was enveloped by that force, Qin Feiyang's cultivation immediately dropped by a small realm. In other words, from a 1-star fighting emperor, he directly fell to a 9-star fighting saint. I know this innate divine ability. It can weaken the opponent's cultivation by a small realm. Now, Zhuge Mingyang is still a 1-star fighting emperor, and Qin Feiyang has become a 9-star fighting saint. Facing the absolute difference in cultivation, I'm afraid that Qin Feiyang will not be able to compete with Zhuge Mingyang. People muttered. Something's wrong. Although his cultivation has dropped by a small realm, Qin Feiyang's expression hasn't changed at all. Someone else said. That's true. Could it be that he has some other tricks up his sleeve? Although there's only a difference of 1 stage between a 1-star battle emperor and a 9-star battle saint, the battle strength they can unleash is as different as heaven and earth. What will he use to break Zhuge Mingyang's innate ability? Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang, I'll send you to hell right now. The 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Numerous crescent moons and suns flew towards Qin Feiyang with the power to destroy the world. I can't lose. The imperial preceptor stared fixedly at the blood moons and solar eclipses as he roared angrily in his heart, feeling uneasy. Still not giving up. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Activating the soaring dragon art, his cultivation level instantly soared to 1-star battle emperor. What's going on? The imperial preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang were immediately stunned. His innate ability was still there, but why did his cultivation level recover? At the same time, the purple gold dragon Qi appeared, and the divine statue reappeared. The emperor. The mighty emperor's might swept across the heavens and earth. Previously, your divine statue couldn't win against the 3,000 clones, and now, it still can't win against the 3,000 clones. Zhuge Mingyang roared. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the divine statue raised the broken sword and slashed downwards. A dazzling sword aura streaked across the sky, heading straight for the divine skills. How is this possible? The aura and sharpness of this sword aura is actually several times stronger than before. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened. Boom. In an instant. The sword aura arrived with a loud bang. The crescent moon and solar eclipses were like rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow and were crushed into pieces. 100 Zhuge Mingyangs were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even the third move, the Emperor, hadn't displayed its full strength before. How much more are you hiding? They roared again and again. My hidden means are not something you can imagine. For example, the 4th move of the Divine Dragon technique. Qin Feiyang said faintly. The 4th move. Zhuge Mingyang's body and mind trembled. That's right. The Divine Dragon technique had a 4th move. But until now, they had never seen Qin Feiyang use the 4th move. Watch out. The Imperial Preceptor suddenly roared. Because the sword aura had already arrived in front of Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang quivered and quickly regained his senses, hurriedly retreating. But the 99 clones were all annihilated by the sword aura. Puff. Zhuge Mingyang spat out blood. Roar. The purple gold dragon soul roared out and the Emperor prison sealed all directions. Zhuge Mingyang was fixed in the void on the spot, unable to move at all. After freezing Zhuge Mingyang, Qin Feiyang didn't waste any time and pointed his finger at him. Ultimate Void. An invisible force surged out like an arrow, with a shocking sharpness, flying towards Zhuge Mingyang. Damn it! The Imperial Preceptor's heart sank. With a wave of his hand, a wave of false god power appeared and blasted towards the Emperor prison. As long as the Emperor prison collapsed, Zhuge Mingyang would be able to regain his freedom and naturally have the ability to fight back. Don't go too far. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. However, the Imperial Preceptor turned a deaf ear. Because he knew that if he let Zhuge Mingyang fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang, Zhuge Mingyang would definitely die. So, no matter what, he couldn't let this happen. And he was also very confident in his own strength. Because he was a false god. If he couldn't save Zhuge Mingyang from Qin Feiyang with his false god power, then it would really be a joke. But at this moment, a change occurred. Boom! A strand of divine sense suddenly appeared and blasted towards the Imperial Preceptor's false god power. With a loud bang, the false god power dissipated on the spot. That strand of divine sense instantly disappeared again. Who? The Imperial Preceptor was shocked and quickly looked around. The others also looked at the void in surprise. There was actually someone who could easily destroy the Imperial Preceptor's false god power. This was too terrifying. The Imperial Preceptor was a false god. However, a bright light flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. Although this strand of divine sense was like a flash in the pan, the aura it emitted gave him a very familiar feeling. That's right. It was Lu Xingchen. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, jolting everyone awake. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw that the invisible force directly entered Zhuge Mingyang's sea of qi. Blood suddenly spurted out. And Qin Feiyang was rushing towards Zhuge Mingyang. Bastard! The Imperial Preceptor was furious and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang. But at this time, that strand of divine sense appeared again and directly rushed towards the Imperial Preceptor's forehead. The Imperial Preceptor turned pale with fright and hurriedly tilted his head. Divine sense swept past his temple, shattering his ears on the spot, and blood gushed out. Following closely, that strand of divine sense disappeared again. Who? Get out for this Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor was completely furious. His divine sense was like a tide, rolling in all directions. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also rushed in front of Zhuge Mingyang. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, firmly grasping Zhuge Mingyang's head, then turned to look at the Imperial Preceptor and smiled. Look at this. The Imperial Preceptor turned his head to look and was immediately shocked and angry, roaring, "If you don't want to die, let him go immediately. What are you in a hurry for? Doesn't he have a forbidden technique? When he activates the forbidden technique again, won't he naturally be able to break free from my hands?" Qin Feiyang chuckled, then lowered his head to look at Zhuge Mingyang, and joked, "However, looking at your old appearance now, you probably won't dare to activate it again." Zhuge Mingyang smiled bitterly, did not say anything, and directly closed his eyes. "You're quite straightforward." Qin Feiyang smiled, released Zhuge Mingyang, and formed a seal with both hands. An enslavement seal instantly appeared. "You dare!" Seeing this, the Imperial Preceptor roared, extremely anxious, but he did not dare to make a move. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that Lu Xingchen, who was hiding in the dark, would take the opportunity to deal with him. The enslavement seal sank into Zhuge Mingyang's skull, and Zhuge Mingyang immediately howled miserably. However, the howling did not last long. After controlling Zhuge Mingyang, Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the enslavement seal, even if Zhuge Mingyang could activate the forbidden technique again, there was no need to worry about it. Because he could completely erase Zhuge Mingyang's soul before Zhuge Mingyang's sea of qi recovered. Qin Feiyang looked at the Imperial Preceptor, his eyes flashing. "Here you are." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Zhuge Mingyang immediately flew towards the Imperial Preceptor like a meteorite. What? He actually let Zhuge Mingyang go? When did he become so kind? Everyone was petrified on the spot. Of course, they did not know the power of the enslavement seal. If they knew, they would definitely not think so. For example, the commander of the Kirin army. At this moment, he was wondering what Qin Feiyang was planning. Because he knew Qin Feiyang too well, it was impossible for him to let Zhuge Mingyang go for no reason. Looking at the Imperial Preceptor again, He quickly flew up and reached out to catch Zhuge Mingyang, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. Not only did I fail to kill him, but I was controlled by him." Zhuge Mingyang blamed himself. "It's okay, I'll think of a way." The imperial preceptor comforted him in a low voice, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and transmitted his voice, "Tell me, what do I have to do to remove his control?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm not free now. When I'm free, we'll talk about it slowly." "Of course." He also transmitted his voice secretly. The imperial preceptor was furious. He had already lowered his status. What else did he want? "I'm waiting for you in the throne room. You can't not come." Qin Feiyang glanced at the imperial preceptor indifferently and sneered secretly. Then, he looked at Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others and said, "Let's go." Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others immediately flew toward Qin Feiyang. "Wait." The imperial preceptor seemed to have thought of something and suddenly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. "Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang asked without looking back. The imperial preceptor said in a deep voice, "Who was the person who secretly attacked just now?" "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. Instead of answering, he asked a question. A wisp of divine consciousness is so terrifying. His cultivation must be higher than mine, but as far as I know, there is no such person in the great Qin Empire. Who is he? Why did he help you? Chapter 1292. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Because I have a good character. No matter where I go, I'll be able to meet noble people." Good character? The Grand Preceptor was furious. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? "Remember, I'll be waiting for you in the throne room." Qin Feiyang chuckled and left with Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others. The Grand Preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang were too embarrassed to stay any longer. They opened a portal and left. The Kirin army commander also opened a portal and led a group of deputy commanders to the throne room. Zhuge Mingyang was completely defeated. Yeah, although Qin Feiyang didn't force him to kneel this time, he must be devastated after being defeated by Qin Feiyang twice in a row. I guess it'll be hard for him to walk out of Qin Feiyang's shadow in the future. Everyone sighed. Qin Feiyang was simply a monster. Wait. Didn't he say he's going to the throne room? Someone asked in surprise. Yeah. I think he said he's going to the throne room. He hasn't caused enough trouble here. He wants to go to the imperial palace. With his character, it's normal for him to cause trouble. Isn't that so? I heard that he's destroyed the throne room twice. I wonder what he's going to do this time. Twice. This guy is really lawless. I really want to go to the imperial palace to have a look. Unfortunately, with our status, we don't even have the qualifications to enter the imperial palace. Everyone was discussing. At the same time, the throne room had entered a state of full alert. A group of deputy commanders of the Kirin army personally guarded both sides of the throne room's door. Inside the throne room, the emperor was wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown. He sat on the dragon throne. An invisible emperor's aura filled the entire throne room. At this moment, there was no expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. The chief eunuch stood behind the emperor and looked at the throne room's door with a worried face. The commander of the Kirin army stood at the side of the dragon throne with a hint of worry in his eyes. It's Qin Feiyang. This is too much. He actually dares to openly walk in the sky above the imperial palace. He's simply looking down on His Majesty. Where does he think this is? The moment Qin Feiyang's group entered the airspace above the imperial palace, they attracted the attention of countless people. Eunuchs and palace maids, invincible black army, Kirin army, even the emperor's 3,000 concubines ran out and looked at Qin Feiyang's group with fear on their faces. Although they didn't like Qin Feiyang's current behavior, they didn't dare to say anything. "Young master, is this where you used to live?" Wang Yangfeng and the others curiously sized up everything in the imperial palace. "Yes. This is my home. However, over the years, every time I came back, I had to sneak around. Don't you think that's funny?" Qin Feiyang mocked himself. "It's all in the past. Wang Yangfeng and the others looked at each other and comforted him. That's right, it's all in the past. Qin Feiyang nodded. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the entire imperial palace. He clenched his fists and said, "From this moment onwards, this is my backyard. I can come and go as I please. No one can stop me." Lei Bao's eyes lit up and he said with a flattering smile, "Isn't that also my back garden?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Wang Yangfeng smiled and said, "The young master can say that, but you can't." "Why?" Lei Bao looked at him in confusion. "Because this is the imperial palace. If you say that, it's tantamount to rebellion," Wang Yangfeng said. Lei Bao glanced at Qin Feiyang and wondered, "Then can he say it? Do you still need to ask? The young master is originally from here," Wang Yangfeng said helplessly. Soon, the imperial palace came into everyone's sight. Qin Feiyang walked to the top of the imperial palace and glanced at the deputy commanders. Then, he took a step forward and landed in front of the imperial palace. The group of deputy commanders immediately became nervous, afraid that Qin Feiyang would destroy the imperial palace again. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and strode up the stairs. Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others followed closely behind. Wait! But suddenly, a deputy commander blocked in front of Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the deputy commander. The deputy commander's gaze trembled and he hurriedly bowed and said, "His Majesty has ordered that only you are summoned." Qin Feiyang said, "They are my subordinates. Wherever I go, they will naturally follow. Do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare." The deputy commander hurriedly shook his head. "Then get out of the way," Qin Feiyang shouted. The deputy commander looked helplessly at the other deputy commanders. However, the other deputy commanders didn't dare to say a word. They lowered their heads in extreme panic. "All right, you have your duty. I won't make things difficult for you. However, if they don't go in, I won't go in either. Go and ask the emperor to come out and talk to me," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The deputy commander's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, His Majesty is the emperor. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Are you challenging my patience?" Qin Feiyang's gaze was slightly cold. "I wouldn't dare," the deputy commander said fearfully. "Let them all in." At this moment, the emperor's majestic voice sounded in the imperial palace. "Yes," the deputy commander hurriedly replied, then stepped aside and bowed. "Everyone, please." When Qin Feiyang and the others entered the imperial palace, the deputy commander heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body was drenched in sweat. "How was it?" The other deputy commanders looked at him and secretly asked. "Very strong pressure. Standing in front of him is like standing in front of His Majesty," the deputy commander thought, his eyes full of wariness. The other deputy commanders looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the imperial palace worriedly. Even an idiot could see that Qin Feiyang had returned this time to settle scores with His Majesty. With so many experts following him, who knew what would happen? Inside the imperial palace, Qin Feiyang stood in the center of the imperial palace and looked up at the emperor. The emperor was naturally not to be outdone. He looked down at Qin Feiyang condescendingly. "This is the imperial palace. Apart from being a little gorgeous, there's nothing special about it." Lei Bao looked at the imperial palace with some disdain in his eyes. Hearing this, the chief eunuch and the commander of the Kirin army couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Wasn't this all thanks to Qin Feiyang? The original imperial palace was left behind by the first emperor. Every brick and tile gave people a great sense of oppression. But now, although it was rebuilt and restored as much as possible, it was less majestic than before. "You came back to the imperial capital in such a big way. Do you have any respect for me?" The emperor was the first to break the silence and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. "Who are you? Why should I care about you?" Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Don't be rude," the chief eunuch scolded. Qin Feiyang turned his eyes and fell on the chief eunuch. His eyes were calm, but the chief eunuch couldn't help but feel afraid. "What? Do you still want to kill in the imperial palace?" Seeing this, the emperor was furious. He slapped the armrest and stood up. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "You're right. I really want to kill in the imperial palace. Bring him here." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yangfeng took the brawny man in golden armor and walked to Qin Feiyang. Then, he threw him in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't kill the brawny man in golden armor. He kept him for this moment. "Your Majesty, save me." The brawny man in golden armor was terrified. He quickly knelt on the ground and looked helplessly at the emperor, calling for help. The emperor looked at the brawny man in golden armor and suddenly became angry. He shouted, "What did I tell you before I left? I know I was wrong. Your Majesty, please spare my life." The brawny man in golden armor trembled and hurriedly kowtowed. Bang, bang. The emperor glanced at him and then looked up at Qin Feiyang. "Although he didn't do as I ordered, he didn't do anything wrong. Because you are a wanted criminal. As the commander of the invincible Black Army, it is reasonable for him to arrest you." "It is reasonable," Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. He waved his hand and a red sword chi swept out with amazing killing intent. "Ah!" The brawny man in golden armor screamed and his head fell to the ground. The bowl-sized wound on his neck spurted blood like a fountain. "What's going on?" The group of deputy commanders outside the door heard the commotion and immediately rushed into the throne room. When they saw the brawny man in golden armor with his head separated from his body, their faces suddenly turned pale. The chief eunuch and the commander of the Kirin army were also shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would really kill someone in the throne room. Qin Feiyang looked up at the emperor and said indifferently, "He wanted to kill me. Is it reasonable for me to kill him now? Bastard." The emperor was about to explode. His face was ashen. Qin Feiyang said, "Stop talking nonsense. Immediately announce to the world that my arrest warrant is withdrawn." "Withdraw the arrest warrant." The emperor smiled coldly and returned to his seat. He said, "Don't you know that a monarch's words are not a joke?" "I don't know. I only know that if you don't withdraw the arrest warrant, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this throne room today." Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered. "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. The commander of the Kirin army quickly stood in front of the emperor and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "Don't mess around." The group of deputy commanders also rushed to the side of the commander of the Kirin army and looked at Qin Feiyang as if they were facing a great enemy. But at the same time, Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others also stepped forward and stood on Qin Feiyang's left and right. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became dignified. The two sides confronted each other with swords drawn and bows bent. The chief eunuch saw that the situation was not good and quickly stood up. He said, "Qin Feiyang, do you know how treacherous your words are?" "Treacherous?" "Back then, I destroyed my own bloodline power in the White Heaven Palace. Who in the Imperial Palace didn't see it? I have long severed the father and son relationship with him. In my eyes now, he is just my enemy." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The chief eunuch sighed. "That may be the case, but your life was given to you by His Majesty." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said word by word, "My life was given to me by mother." What else did the chief eunuch want to say? The emperor shouted, "I didn't ask you to speak. What are you talking about? Back down. Your Majesty." The chief eunuch was very anxious. "Back down," the emperor shouted. Chapter 1293. The emperor looked at the commander of the Kirin army and the others and said, "You can leave now." "Yes, Your Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army and the others responded respectfully and retreated to the side, but they were always vigilant. At this time, the emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said expressionlessly, "Do you dare to touch me?" Qin Feiyang took a step forward and the Chang Shui appeared and placed it on the emperor's neck. The sharp blade cut through the emperor's skin, causing blood to flow out. "Qin Feiyang, don't be rash." The commander of the Kirin army shouted anxiously. The emperor didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would dare to attack him. "Do you really think I don't dare?" Qin Feiyang looked down at the emperor coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Then do it," the emperor said. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, Are you looking for death? The emperor was silent. Not talking. Then let me guess, why are you looking for death? Do you feel guilty because you have done too many evil things? Qin Feiyang sneered. Enough. The commander of the Kirin army shouted angrily, Qin Feiyang, the imperial palace is not as simple as you think. If you dare to hurt His Majesty, I can guarantee that you will not leave here alive. Really? Qin Feiyang sneered and turned to the commander of the Kirin army and asked, are you talking about the fake gods hiding in the back mountain? Yes. Any one of them will be enough to crush you into pieces, the commander of the Kirin army said in a deep voice. Unfortunately, their time is up. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, although their time is up, they don't mind sacrificing their lives if someone threatens the lifeline of the great Qin Empire. The commander of the Kirin army said. Qin Feiyang said, if you're so great, why don't you get rid of that old bastard, the imperial advisor? What did the imperial tutor do wrong? Why do you want to get rid of him? The commander of the Kirin army asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang, don't talk nonsense behind my back and slander me. At this moment, the imperial preceptor rushed into the throne room and looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Release His Majesty now. Let him go. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the state preceptor and asked, that's not right. Logically speaking, you should be happy to see me holding a knife to his neck. Why are you concerned about him instead? I don't know what you're talking about. In short, release His Majesty immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The imperial preceptor's pupils constricted as he shouted angrily. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang burst out laughing in public, his eyes full of mockery. The imperial preceptor's face became more and more ugly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and lowered his head to look at the emperor. He grinned and said, don't worry, I won't kill you right now. It's not because I can't do it, it's because I want you to see how foolish and laughable your actions have been all these years. After that, he put away Chang Shui, turned to the center of the hall, and looked at the chief eunuch. Bring me an armchair. The throne room was the place where the emperors presided over the state affairs, so there were no other chairs except the dragon chair, and no other chairs were allowed. Because there was only one person who was qualified to sit here, and that was the emperor. Even the imperial preceptor did not have such honor and treatment. So, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the chief eunuch was in a dilemma and looked at the emperor and the imperial preceptor for help. The emperor was silent. The imperial preceptor looked at the emperor and said patiently, bring him one. Yes. The head eunuch responded. He then took out an armchair from his chenkuan bag and respectfully presented it in front of Qin Feiyang. He even used his sleeve to wipe it to see if there was any dust on it. Qin Feiyang sat on it, supported his head with his right hand, and tapped the armrest with his left hand rhythmically. He said lightly, hurry up and give the decree. Don't waste everyone's time. Presumptuous, too presumptuous. Those vice commanders all had indignant expressions on their faces. This was the throne room, sacred and solemn. However, this person was so frivolous in the throne room. He simply had no respect for the law. But the emperor still did not say a word. The imperial preceptor frowned and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Your Majesty, although Qin Feiyang has been unscrupulous and lawless these years, he is the successor of the former emperor. So I hope that your Majesty can give him a way out and take back his fame. The chief eunuch and the commander of the Kirin army looked at the imperial preceptor in surprise. The imperial preceptor actually interceded for Qin Feiyang? What a strange story. What was going on? However, the emperor still kept his mouth shut, and his expression did not change at all. Qin Feiyang's patience was worn out. Don't think that I can't stay in Imperial City if you don't take back the arrest warrant. I'm telling you, I'm going to Bright Heaven Palace now. If you have the ability, come and drive me away. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, got up, and led Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others outside. Bright Heaven Palace. The emperor's eyes trembled, and he shouted, stop. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, pretended not to hear, and walked out of the throne room. Then, he turned his head and looked at the throne room. What's wrong? Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others looked at him suspiciously. At the same time, the commander of the Kirin army and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang's eyes, an uneasy premonition arose in their hearts. There's really no need for this place to exist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Red Sword Qi emerged, rushing towards the throne room like a tide. No. The commander of the Kirin army roared, and hurriedly rushed out, rushing towards the Red Sword Qi. But it was too late. With a loud bang, the throne room was shattered on the spot, and dust covered the sky. After that, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and left without looking back. It's destroyed again. The commander of the Kirin army glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked back at the ruins in front of him, and muttered to himself, his eyes full of helplessness. The current Qin Feiyang had grown up. Without a false god, no one could subdue him. Your Majesty. Suddenly, thinking that the emperor was still inside, he hurriedly waved his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly blew, dispersing the dust. The Grand Master condensed a divine power boundary, which enveloped the emperor, the chief eunuch, and the deputy commanders, and isolated them from the dust outside. The emperor was still sitting on the dragon throne, but his face was extremely gloomy. His body was trembling, and his hands were tightly clenched together. Your Majesty, please calm down. The commander of the Kirin army hurriedly flew over and knelt on the ground. A deputy commander bowed and said, Your Majesty, Qin Feiyang has repeatedly destroyed the throne room, and he deserves to be punished. Your Majesty, please immediately issue a decree, and order the Grand Master to personally lead people to arrest him. The Grand Master immediately raised his eyebrows and looked at the deputy commander with a touch of hostility in his old eyes. Zhuge Shenfeng was in Qin Feiyang's hands, and Zhuge Mingyang was also under Qin Feiyang's control. How dare he instigate the emperor to arrest Qin Feiyang? Wasn't this deliberately causing trouble for him? The emperor raised his head and looked at the Grand Master. The Grand Master's eyes trembled, and he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if you really issue a decree, I dare not disobey, but I think it's not the right time to attack Qin Feiyang. This is the third time, and it's not the right time to attack him. Do you want to wait until he destroys the entire imperial palace? The deputy commander was so angry that he forgot that the person standing in front of him was the Grand Master of the imperial court. The Grand Master's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he shouted, Shut up, do you have the right to speak here? His voice was like thunder, and it passed into the deputy commander's ears. The deputy commander quivered, and a trace of panic crept up in his eyes. Only now did he realize that he was talking to the Grand Master. If you dare to say one more word, don't blame me for being impolite. The imperial preceptor groaned coldly. Then, he looked at the emperor and said, Your Majesty, Qin Feiyang brought people and ferocious beasts. I'm sure you can see that they're all 9-star battle emperors. The emperor nodded. Although there aren't many of them, including Lei Bao, there are only 19 9-star combat emperors, but I found that there was a mysterious expert secretly protecting him in the first district. The Grand Master said. The emperor frowned. The chief eunuch asked, Grand Master, may I ask who the mysterious expert is? I don't know. But I'm sure that this person's strength is stronger than mine. The Grand Master said in a deep voice, and his face was full of seriousness. What? The chief eunuch's face suddenly changed. The emperor also stood up, and his face was full of disbelief. The Grand Master said, I don't dare to say that. At that time, the commander and deputy commanders of the Kirin army also saw it with their own eyes, but this person never appeared, so no one knows who he is, and no one knows what he looks like. The emperor looked at the commanders of the Kirin army and the others. The commanders of the Kirin army nodded. The emperor's eyes darkened slightly, and he said, So, this mysterious expert is his biggest reliance. That's right. So, I suggest that we first stabilize Qin Feiyang, and then make a long-term plan after we find out the identity of this mysterious expert. The Grand Master said. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. In just a few decades, this little bastard has not only cultivated so many 9-star combat emperors, but also found such a terrifying backer. I really regret not killing him when I crippled his cultivation, the emperor said sternly. Things have already developed to this point. It's useless for your majesty to regret. Let's first issue a decree to remove the arrest warrant. Also, let's hurry to the Bright Sky Palace. Maybe Qin Feiyang will harm the little prince. The Grand Master sighed. In fact, his heart was bleeding. Because Wang Yangfeng and the others were cultivated by him, but now, they had become a sharp blade in Qin Feiyang's hand. Fine. The emperor sighed helplessly, looked at the chief eunuch, and ordered, immediately go and announce to the world that I am benevolent and have forgiven Qin Feiyang for his past mistakes. Yes, your majesty. The chief eunuch bowed and replied. Commander of the Kirin army, take some people to rebuild the throne room. After saying that, the emperor opened the portal and went to the Bright Sky Palace. After the Grand Master watched the emperor leave, he turned his head and looked at the deputy commander who had just contradicted him. The deputy commander's face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground, trembling. Seeing that the situation was not good, the commander of the Kirin army hurriedly went up and cupped his hands with a smile. Lord Grand Master, he was too angry with Qin Feiyang just now. It was an unintentional mistake. I hope your majesty can forgive him. Chapter 1294. It wasn't until the teleportation gate dissipated that the vice-commander's heart finally relaxed. He turned to the commander of the Kirin army and said gratefully, "Thank you for pleading for me, Commander." The commander of the Kirin army said, "Get up." "Yes." The vice-commander nodded and stood up slowly, only to find that his legs had lost their strength. "You're paralyzed by this? How dare you offend him?" The commander of the Kirin army shook his head helplessly and pulled the vice-commander up. "I didn't mean it." The vice-commander felt wronged. The other vice-commanders also surrounded him and looked at him with schadenfreude. The vice-commander smiled bitterly and then frowned. "Commander, don't you think it's strange?" Ahem. But without waiting for that deputy commander to finish speaking, the commander of the Chilean army gave a dry cough and turned his head to look at the head eunuch. He smiled and said, "Head eunuch, didn't His Majesty ask you to announce to the world? Why are you still standing here? Are you going to help us rebuild the throne room?" I'm going. The chief eunuch smiled embarrassedly, opened the portal, and left. Seeing the portal disappear, the commander of the Kirin army withdrew his gaze and looked at the vice-commander. "Now tell me. You see, the grudge between the imperial advisor and Qin Feiyang is not known to others, but we know it very well. They will not stop until one of them is dead. But why did the imperial advisor protect Qin Feiyang in front of His Majesty? Is it really because of that mysterious powerhouse? If so, how do you explain the imperial advisor's hesitation in front of Qin Feiyang in the first district? You know, that mysterious powerhouse hadn't appeared at that time." The vice-commander said. "To be honest, the imperial advisor's behavior today is really strange. It's not his style at all." The other vice-commanders nodded as well. The commander of the Kirin army said, "Actually, I also want to ask this question, but I can't figure it out." One of the vice-commanders suddenly said, "Could it be that Qin Feiyang has something on the imperial advisor?" "Don't say it. That's possible. Otherwise, why would he suddenly change?" The group of vice-commanders began to discuss this all at once. "Blackmail," the commander of the Kirin army muttered to himself. Actually, that was what he thought as well. But he just couldn't figure out what kind of evidence could make the state preceptor so cautious. All right. Don't think too much. When the time comes, the truth will naturally be revealed to the world. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether Qin Feiyang and His Majesty will cause trouble in Bright Sky Palace again." The commander of the Kirin army looked in the direction of Bright Sky Palace, his face full of worry. "Bright Sky Palace. This is my child's bedroom. What right do you have to chase us away?" The current empress stood in front of the door, looking at Qin Feiyang and the others who were standing at the bottom of the stairs. The guards guarding Dawn Heaven Palace also rushed over one after another, surrounding Qin Feiyang and company, as if facing a great enemy. "What right do I have?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "This is Qin Feiyang's bedroom to begin with. What right do you have? That was in the past. And now, you've been stripped of your position as a prince. What right do you have to stay in the imperial palace?" The current empress roared like a shrew. "You're talking about qualifications with me? Who do you think you are? Get lost right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Feiyang said coldly. The one who should get lost is you. Impolite to me? Try touching me if you have the ability. I'm the Empress now. If you dare touch a single hair of mine, His Majesty won't let you off, the current Empress shouted, not feeling any fear at all. Cripple her. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Lei Bao snickered, and a wisp of lightning power streaked across the sky like lightning, entering the current Empress's abdomen. Ah! The current Empress screamed immediately. Empress! The group of guards' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly pulled out the swords in their hands. Who dares to touch me? Qin Feiyang looked around, his eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper's. Those guards felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were cold. No one dared to take a step closer. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, looked at the current Empress, and shouted, "Slap her." Wang Yangfeng immediately stepped forward and slapped the current Empress's face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared. The current Empress was stunned. Not only did he cripple her sea of qi, but he also slapped her in public. Qin Feiyang, I'm the mother of a country. How dare you let someone hit me? Are you rebelling? The next moment, she went crazy and screamed hysterically. You think you're worthy of being the mother of a country? Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of contempt, and he shouted, one is not enough. Continue until she can't scream. Wang Yangfeng's left hand shot out and grabbed the current Empress's arm to prevent her from struggling. Then she raised her right hand and slapped the current Empress's face one after another. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Screams resounded through the sky. Your Highness, I beg you, please have mercy. The Empress's body is priceless. You can't continue to hit her. Those guards put down their weapons and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Swoosh. At this moment, the Emperor came. Seeing this scene, he was furious. Unfilial son, how long are you going to fool around? Release her immediately and apologize to her. At the same time, the Emperor swooped down like lightning and slapped Wang Yangfeng. Do you think I don't exist? Lei Bao chuckled. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Yangfeng and attacked with his claw. Bang! The Emperor was pushed back on the spot. Lei Bao also took a few steps back, but there was no trace of injury. He stood beside Wang Yangfeng and looked at the Emperor with a smile. Before Boss Qin gives the order, no one can take a step forward. Your Majesty, save me. The current Empress cried for help in despair. You can still shout. Continue. Qin Feiyang said. Smack. Wang Yangfeng raised her hand and slapped down mercilessly. The current Empress's face was bleeding and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Preposterous, preposterous. Do you still have the law in your eyes? The Emperor was furious. Sorry. What is the law? Lei Bao asked curiously. Fart. The Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Ouch. You spat out blood just like that. You're too weak. It's my fault, however, I really don't know the law you're talking about. I only know that Boss Qin's words are the law. Lei Bao laughed sinisterly. The Emperor suddenly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye. Why did you hit my mother? Let go of my mother. At this time, the little prince ran out of the hall. The Emperor's face changed and hurriedly shouted, Tian don't come out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and sneered. Since you're already here, don't leave, Wang Yishan. Whoosh. Wang Yishan immediately flew out, grabbed the little prince, and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang, he's your biological brother, what are you trying to do? The Emperor roared. Biological brother, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and looked down at the little prince. Suddenly, a wisp of battle qi flew out of his palm and went straight to the little prince's glabella. No, please, let him go, he's just a child. The Emperor was desperate. The little prince also had a look of terror on his face. He's a child. Then when you used the evil spirit pill to destroy my cultivation and expel me from the capital, I was not a child. Qin Fei Yang's entire body also emitted an astonishing amount of hostility. The wisp of battle chi stopped in front of the little prince's glabella, but the sharp edge tore the skin between the little prince's glabella, and drops of blood kept dripping. "Don't kill him, please," the emperor murmured and collapsed to the ground. "I didn't expect you to care about him so much. Since you care so much, you'd better protect him closely from now on. Because if I'm in a bad mood one day, I may kill him." Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly, grabbed the little prince, and threw him over. But no one noticed that when he threw the little prince to the emperor, he reached out and caught a drop of the little prince's blood. The emperor hurriedly got up and reached out to catch the little prince. The frightened little prince immediately burrowed into the emperor's arms and cried. "Don't be afraid, father is here," the emperor comforted in a low voice. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed, and he whispered a few words in Wang Yishan's ear. "Why is that?" Hearing this, Wang Yishan's eyes were full of confusion. "Just do as I say," Qin Fei Yang said telepathically. "Okay." Wang Yishan nodded, took out a dagger secretly, and then rushed toward the emperor like a sharp arrow. The emperor was concerned about the little prince and did not notice at all. Puff! Wang Yishan rushed in front of the emperor and directly stabbed into the emperor's left shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out. Then, before the emperor could react, Wang Yishan grabbed a few drops of blood and returned to Qin Fei Yang's side in silence. Unfilial son, unfilial son. After the emperor came to his senses, he looked at the wound on his shoulder and immediately shouted at Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang ignored him and looked at the current empress. In just a short while, this woman had been slapped at least hundreds of times, and her face had long been unrecognizable. She could not scream anymore. If it were not for Wang Yangfeng holding her, she would not even have the strength to stand. Qin Fei Yang said, "That's enough." Wang Yangfeng stopped, let go of the current empress, and returned to Qin Fei Yang's side. And the current empress collapsed on the ground on the spot, like a pool of mud. Qin Fei Yang turned to look at the emperor and said lightly, "From now on, this is my territory, Qin Fei Yang. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step in, including you, the master of the imperial palace. Take her and get out." The emperor glanced at Qin Fei Yang coldly, picked up the little prince, looked at the group of guards, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help the empress go." 2 guards immediately ran up, one on the left and one on the right, and helped the current empress up to the emperor's side. "You will be punished by the heavens." The emperor stared at Qin Fei Yang and coldly threw down these words. Then, he carried the little prince and left. "Heaven's punishment," Qin Fei Yang murmured, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then looked at the current empress, and transmitted his voice, "Don't think that you can hide your dealings with Zhuge Wuhou from the world, prepare to die as soon as possible." The current empress was about to faint, but when she heard these words, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she suddenly woke up. What did he mean? Did he know? But how was that possible? Chapter 1295. After the emperor and the rest left, Wang Yangfeng retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Fei Yang, whispering, "Do you feel uncomfortable seeing the emperor dote on the little prince so much?" "Uncomfortable?" Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly and strode into the palace. Wang Yangfeng and the rest looked at each other and quickly followed. The decorations in the hall were extremely luxurious, with all kinds of agate, jade, and precious stones. However, to Qin Fei Yang, these were just ordinary things that he was not interested in at all. He stood in the middle of the hall and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Yangfeng and said, "Go and find a bowl of water immediately." "What do you need water for?" Wang Yangfeng was puzzled. Qin Fei Yang said, "You'll know later." "All right, I'll go now." Wang Yangfeng nodded and turned to walk out of the palace quickly. "I'll go for a stroll too." Lei Yibao chuckled and turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Yishan said, "It won't go and cause trouble, right?" "It doesn't matter." Qin Fei Yang said indifferently and walked to a chair, sitting down and lowering his head to ponder. In a short while, Wang Yangfeng returned with a bowl of water and brought it to Qin Fei Yang. "Don't move it," Qin Fei Yang said. "Okay." Wang Yangfeng nodded. Phew. Qin Fei Yang looked at the water in the bowl and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his arm and opened his palm. A drop of blood appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that drop of blood, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Dong. Qin Feiyang flipped his hand and the blood fell into the bowl. Then, he looked at Wang Yishan and said, "Put the blood in your hand in two." Okay. Wang Yishan came back to his senses and ran to Qin Feiyang. Then, he waved his hand and the blood in his hand dripped into the bowl. Whose blood is this? Wang Yangfeng was surprised. The Emperor and the little prince. Qin Feiyang said. The Emperor? The little prince? Everyone was slightly stunned. I understand. Wang Yishan suddenly showed a look of understanding and said, "So young master is dripping blood to identify relatives?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, the first thing he had to figure out was whether this little prince was really the emperor's flesh and blood. Therefore, he came up with the idea of a blood test. If the little prince was really the flesh and blood of the emperor, then their blood could be mixed in the water. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have fused. Inside the palace, at this moment, there was a deathly silence. Qin Feiyang nervously looked at the 2 drops of blood in the bowl. To tell the truth, he did not dislike the little prince. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the little prince. This could be because every time the little prince saw him, he would affectionately call him brother. Therefore, he especially hoped that there was no problem with the identity of the little prince. Time passed by slowly. The 2 drops of blood gradually drew close to each other and then melted bit by bit until they were completely inseparable. Wang Yangfeng and the others looked at each other and then at Qin Feiyang. This was enough to prove that the little prince was indeed the emperor's flesh and blood. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood in the bowl and suddenly shook his head with a smile. He waved his hand and said, "Go and pour it away." Wang Yangfeng nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yishan asked, "Young master, how do you plan to deal with the little prince now?" Qin Feiyang held his forehead and pondered for a while. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he said, "Try not to hurt the little prince in the future, but now the empress must die." Everyone looked at each other. What? Qin Feiyang looked at everyone in confusion. Wang Yishan said, "Young master, although the empress is indecent, she is the little prince's birth mother after all. If you kill her, the little prince may hate you in the future. If he is a reasonable person when he grows up, he won't blame me. But if he is as ignorant as the other princes, I don't mind getting rid of him too." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yishan and the others were shocked. This young master was really a decisive person. Young master. At this moment, Wang Yangfeng hurried in and whispered, "When I was pouring water just now, I accidentally found that there were a few guards around the Bright Sky Palace. They were sneaking around and seemed to be monitoring us." Wang Yishan and the others frowned when they heard this. Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all. He smiled faintly and said, "This is normal. After all, you are all 9-star combat emperors and are top experts in the entire Great Qin Empire. Of course, there will be people worried that we will mess around in the palace. Then should we get rid of them?" Wang Yangfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he made a throat-slitting gesture. "No need. Let them monitor us. I don't plan to live here anyway." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Everyone was stunned. Wang Yangfeng was puzzled. "If you don't plan to live here, then why did you snatch the Bright Sky Palace? This is the place where my mother and I used to live. All my beautiful memories are here. In the past, because I didn't have the ability, I let that woman occupy the Bright Sky Palace. And now, with all of you by my side to help me, I naturally won't allow anyone else to live here." Qin Feiyang smiled. Wang Yangfeng and the others also had a smile on their faces. From these words, it could be seen that the young master trusted them completely. Wan Yishan asked, "Then what is the young master's next plan?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He suddenly waved his hand and Fatso appeared out of thin air. "What are you doing?" "Fat Lord is trying to break through to the 6-star Battle Saint realm," Fatso said unhappily. "Trying to break through to the 6-star Battle Saint realm?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "Aren't you building the herb field?" "Yes. But not long ago, I suddenly felt that I was about to break through, so I prepared to break through in the village. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's put the matter of cultivation aside for now. You immediately take Elder Wang and the others to the spiritual state. Why are we going to the spiritual state? Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, the disappearance of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess can't be ignored like this. We must find out the results. It turns out to be for them. Fatso suddenly realized and frowned, but Uncle Yang also said that there are no clues about their disappearance. How do we investigate? Qin Feiyang said, there must be something that we missed. You go and check carefully. Boss, can you let someone else do it? Look at you now. You are already a 1-star battle emperor, and Fat Lord is still a 5-star battle saint. If this continues, Fat Lord will have no value at all. Fatso complained again and again. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, is there anyone who knows the situation of the spiritual state better than you? Yes. Brother Wolf, Lu Hong, Pangolin. They are all the first to follow you. They know everything that I know. Fatso said. Okay. There is still a long way to go. There is plenty of time for cultivation. I'm letting you go now because I trust your brain. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso smiled and said, so, Boss also thinks that Fat Lord is smarter than Brother Wolf and the others? Qin Feiyang nodded. He had never denied this point. Although Fatty could be a little annoying at times, he was never careless when it came to serious matters. He was definitely a person worth entrusting. Fatso smiled proudly and said, since Boss said so, then Fat Lord will go. Qin Feiyang took out the spacetime gate and handed it to Wang Yangfeng, and said, when you go to the spiritual state, you have to listen to Fatso. Also, keep a low profile. Wang Yangfeng and the others nodded. Go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Wait. Wang Yishan hurriedly said, the imperial palace is full of danger. Should we leave a few people to protect you? It's okay. Lei Bao is here. Besides, there are seahorses and seals in the ancient tower, as well as those 9-star monarch beasts. They can all help me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay then. Wang Yishan nodded. There was no shortage of powerhouses around the young master now. Boom. Wang Yangfeng waved his hand, and his battle aura surged, opening the spacetime gate. Then, the group walked in without looking back. After the spacetime gate disappeared, a white-clothed young man in the temple disciple uniform suddenly appeared in the main hall. It was Lu Xingchen. You finally came out. Qin Feiyang looked up at Lu Xingchen as if he already knew that Lu Xingchen was hiding here. He didn't look surprised at all. Lu Xingchen glanced around and sat next to Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, your return this time is really surprising. Surprising? Qin Feiyang froze and asked, how so? Can you stop playing dumb? You're a smart person. How can you not know what I'm talking about? Lu Xingchen frowned. I really don't know. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly and said, okay then, I'll get straight to the point. What do you have on the National Master in the Sea of Reincarnation? Something on him? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The National Master is astute and astute. What can I have on him? Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't answer directly, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but become angry. He originally thought that the National Master would stop Qin Feiyang from returning this time. But he didn't expect that not only did the National Master not stop him, he even helped Qin Feiyang. He wouldn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, I do have something on him, and it's a fatal one for the National Master. What is it? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously. Guess. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You. Lu Xingchen suddenly got up and glared at Qin Feiyang. Was there a limit to keeping him in suspense? Qin Feiyang said, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to the temple. The temple? Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, why are you going to the temple? Can I revisit an old place? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. With your current strength, which place in the imperial capital can't you go? Lu Xingchen said sourly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He opened a portal and strode in. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly and he followed in. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, the national master brought Yang Wei to Bright Sky Palace. Yang Wei walked to the gate and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, the national master has arrived. Please come out quickly to receive him." But after waiting for a long time, Qin Feiyang didn't appear, and no one responded to him. What's going on? Chapter 1296. He's really arrogant. The imperial preceptor secretly snorted and said, "Let's wait a little longer. It's not good to anger him now." There was no other way. Zhuge Shenfeng and Zhuge Mingyang were successively controlled by Qin Feiyang. He, the powerful imperial preceptor in the eyes of others, could only swallow his anger. Yes. Yang Wei responded respectfully. Ever since he clamored with Qin Feiyang in the first city district, the imperial preceptor began to take special care of him. There was even a tendency to nurture him as a trusted aide. After waiting for a while, seeing that Qin Feiyang still hadn't come out, the imperial preceptor finally lost his patience and said angrily, "You're going too far? Go in and take a look." Yang Wei nodded and strode in. Soon. He hurriedly ran out again and looked at the imperial preceptor. He's not inside. Not inside? The imperial preceptor was stunned. Had he waited for half a day in vain? A burst of anger rose uncontrollably in his heart. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "I can't sit and wait for death like this." Yang Wei's heart trembled, and he asked, "Sir, what do you mean?" The imperial preceptor said, "Doesn't Qin Feiyang have a few good friends in the temple? Especially that woman called Ren Wushuang. Go and capture her." "That's not good. His Majesty personally ordered that no one is allowed to harm anyone related to him within these 10 years. Yang Wei said, "Of course I know, but so what? As long as His Majesty doesn't know that we did it, isn't it fine?" The imperial preceptor said, "I understand. I'll do it right away. I guarantee that no one will know." Yang Wei smiled sinisterly, opened the portal and left. The imperial preceptor looked at the bright heaven palace, sneered, and turned to leave. At the same time, the emperor's edict also spread in the imperial capital. Without a doubt, all the major cities were boiling. They didn't expect that the emperor would pardon Qin Feiyang. Good, good. Treasure Pavilion. Sun Dahai, who received the news, was overjoyed. Although Zhenbao Pavilion was also loyal to the emperor, as a businessman, he was most concerned about profits. Now that Qin Feiyang was pardoned, it meant that in the future, his precious treasure pavilion would no longer have to worry about not having potential pills. Furthermore, he could no longer be secretive about auctioning the potential pill. Some were happy, while others were sad. For example, those who once had a grudge with Qin Feiyang had a worried look on their faces. For example, Marquis Qianwu. Back then, Qin Feiyang had killed his son, Feng Yun, and even caused a ruckus in the Marquis's estate. So he'd always harbored hatred towards Qin Feiyang. When he heard that Qin Feiyang had returned, he had wanted to meet the emperor to seek justice for him and avenge Feng Yun. However, he didn't expect that. Before he could enter the imperial palace, the emperor's decree of pardon came down. This was tantamount to shattering his hopes. There was also Lin Dian's father, who was also a marquis. Back then, Lin Dian followed the 13th prince and plotted against Qin Feiyang at the Black Dragon Lake. In the end, he was killed by Qin Feiyang. Therefore, Lin Dian's father also bore a grudge against Qin Feiyang. But when he heard the decree of pardon, he knew that it was impossible to avenge Lin Dian. Forget about the fact that there was no hope of revenge. What made them even more worried now was that based on their previous grudges, Qin Feiyang might take the initiative to find trouble with them. If Qin Feiyang had come back alone, with the foundation and strength of a martial marquis, there would be nothing to worry about. But the key point was, this time, Qin Feiyang had brought back more than a dozen 9-star combat emperors. Such a lineup was beyond their reach. So, now they were all very nervous. Temple. Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang? Didn't he go to the imperial palace? I heard that he destroyed the throne room again. What? Destroying the throne room once again? He's too bold. Isn't His Majesty going to do something about it? Do something about it? Tell me, What does His Majesty have to do about it? Could it be that he wants to gather the experts of the imperial palace and fight with him? That's not realistic. This will only hurt both sides. It won't benefit anyone. That's true. But now, why did he come to the temple? The person beside him seems to be Lu Xingchen, right? The relationship between the two is indeed not ordinary. The disciples of the temple ran out one after another and discussed animatedly. Qin Feiyang saw all of this, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He silently walked in the air above the shrine, looking at everything that was familiar to him. The past involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as if it had just happened yesterday. After you left, there weren't many changes here, but seeing that you're back, those Marshal Marquis disciples should be very nervous now. Lu Xingchen laughed. I'm not interested in them. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Then why did you return to the temple? Lu Xingchen frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, I just wanted to come back for a walk and meet some old friends. Old friends? Lu Xingchen was slightly taken aback and whispered, speaking of this, I think of a few people. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen said, didn't I tell you last time that Ling Yu, Feng Ranran, Luo Dan, and Zhao Yu disappeared inexplicably? And now, Tan Wu and Dong Xingyang are also missing. Qin Feiyang was shocked and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Lu Xingchen and frowned. When did this happen? Just after you picked up Ren Wushuang and Old Master Ren. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, you know that Ren Wushuang and Old Master Ren were picked up by me? Shun Mai told me. Lu Xingchen said. This silly woman. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly and took a step forward. As he walked, he lowered his head and pondered. Tan Wu's disappearance, without thinking, was definitely related to Uncle Yuan. But Dong Zhengyang's disappearance made him somewhat puzzled. At that time in the Sea of Reincarnation, Dong Zhengyang accompanied Ren Wushuang to visit him. He also sincerely urged Dong Zhengyang to stay, but Dong Zhengyang did not stay. At that time, he thought that Dong Zhengyang did not want to stay by his side because of the complicated relationship between them. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Wait a minute. It couldn't be related to Uncle Yuan, right? He remembered that Tan Wu said in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range that Uncle Yuan had been helping him cultivate a force. Could this Dong Zhengyang also be the target of Uncle Yuan's training? But it shouldn't be. Uncle Yuan should be clear about the grudge between Dong Zhengyang and him. Moreover, if Dong Zhengyang really followed Uncle Yuan, then why didn't Dong Zhengyang directly tell him? It was not like that. Dong Zhengyang's disappearance had nothing to do with Uncle Yuan. Very soon, Qin Feiyang rejected the previous idea. Because Dong Zhengyang knew about his relationship with Uncle Yuan. And with Dong Zhengyang's character and arrogance, he would rather die than submit to Uncle Yuan. It seems that this person is also full of secrets. Qin Feiyang muttered, exhaled a long breath, and asked, then what about Feng Wuxie, Xuening, and Xueruo, that pair of sisters? They're also gone. Lu Xingchen said. Interesting. The people who entered the imperial capital together with me, except for you and me, are all gone now. Do you think this is a coincidence? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Who knows? Lu Xingchen shrugged. That's right, who knows? But in this case, I don't have any old friends here. There's no need to go any further, let's go back. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, opened the portal, and was about to walk in. Lu Xingchen said, why are you going back so early? I'll take you to a place, I guarantee it will interest you. What place? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The War God Temple. Lu Xingchen said. Not interested. Qin Feiyang was disinterested when he heard it. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, what about the billboard list? Are you interested? Billboard list? Qin Feiyang frowned. You were born in the imperial capital, so you should know about the billboard list of the War God Temple. Only the top 10 of the War God Temple are qualified to be on the billboard list. As for Zhuge Mingyang, he's only ranked 9th on the Wind Cloud ranking. Lu Xingchen said. What? Qin Feiyang turned to Lu Xingchen and said in surprise, with Zhuge Mingyang's strength, he's only ranked 9th? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Is there a need for me to joke with you? Since the establishment of the Great Qin Empire, how many monstrous geniuses have been born? Most of them are in the War God Temple now. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for some people looking down on the billboard list, Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't even be qualified to be on the billboard list. Lu Xingchen said. In that case, the War God Temple is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Feiyang muttered. That's right. Lu Xingchen nodded and asked, so, are you interested now? A little. Qin Feiyang said. Just a little? Lu Xingchen muttered. Buzz. At this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt that the image crystal was moving. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he turned to Lu Xingchen and said, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Swish. Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to react, Qin Feiyang went to the ancient castle and took out the image crystal. Yang Wei's shadow immediately appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei said in a deep voice, the Imperial Preceptor asked me to catch Ren Wuxuang and the others. Qin Feiyang sneered, this old thing really doesn't stop at all, but I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Ren Wuxuang is by my side now. I know. But this is my best chance to get close to him. Think about it, if I really bring Ren Wuxuang to him, what will he do? He will definitely put me in an important position. Yang Wei said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Yang Wei and said, however, I can't let Ren Wuxuang take the risk. Then won't I have to return empty-handed? Yang Wei frowned. No. I thought of someone. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing. Who? Yang Wei asked. Shen Mai. Qin Feiyang said. Huh. Isn't she Ren Wuxuang's friend? Will Ren Wuxuang blame you for doing this? Yang Wei frowned. I'm doing this for Shen Mai's sake. Because I want to test whether Lu Xingchen really likes Shen Mai. If he does, he will definitely try to rescue Shen Mai. And with his ability, it's easy for him to rescue Shen Mai. Besides, don't we have you? When the time comes, we can cooperate from the inside and outside. Shen Mai's life will not be in danger. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Yang Wei suddenly understood and said with a smile, okay, I'll go find her right away. Okay. Chapter 1297. With the help of Dan Wangcai, Wang Xiajie had already embarked on the path of cultivation. In a short period of time, he had already broken through to become a 6-star martial artist. It could be seen that his talent was extraordinary. Of course. The biggest credit was still the elixirs. The body-tempering elixirs that Dan Wangcai refined basically had 4 or 5 patterns. The effect was naturally incomparable to ordinary body-tempering elixirs. At this very moment, Wang Xiajie was sitting on the ground, reading a manual attentively. This manual recorded Dan Wangcai's understanding and experience in alchemy. One had to know. Dan Wangcai was the #1 alchemist in Qinghai. Even in the entire Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, he was a demon-level existence. It was not an exaggeration to say that in terms of alchemy attainments, Qin Feiyang was not necessarily much better than him. This was because Dan Wangcai was an alchemy maniac. He could be without extraordinary abilities or huge power, but he could not be without elixirs. Therefore, Dan Wangcai's understanding and experience was simply a huge treasure to Wang Xiajie. He would benefit from it for the rest of his life. It could be said that Wang Xiajie's current cultivation conditions were countless times better than Qin Feiyang's in the past. His starting point was higher than his peers. Feiyang. Suddenly, Yang Nanshan, Luo Qianxue and Liu Ji woke up from their cultivation. They got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Uncle Yang, Auntie Xue, Auntie. Qin Feiyang bowed to them one by one. These 3 were the elders that he respected the most. Especially Luo Qianxue and Liu Ji. Besides respecting them, he felt guilty and blamed himself in his heart. Liu Ji stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand. She smiled and said, Feiyang, there's something that I want to discuss with you. Auntie, please go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, look, we're already at this age. We feel that there's no point in cultivating. We might as well enjoy life. Therefore, We've decided to go to your ancient pagoda and spend the rest of our lives with old Master Ren and the villagers. Liu Ji smiled and said, Yeah. Right now, it's the world of you young people. Us old fellows can't interfere at all. Instead of making you worry and dragging you down, it's better to go to the castle and enjoy the rest of my life. Yang Nanshan and Luo Chenxue also nodded and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Thank you, Aunt Xue. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them gratefully and bowed deeply. The three of them had made this decision out of consideration for him. Because in this way, he wouldn't have any worries and could boldly wander the outside world. Silly child, we should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you taking care of us all these years, I'm afraid we would have already turned into a pile of yellow soil. How could we still have the peaceful life we have now? The three shook their heads and laughed. Qin Feiyang said, Although you are not my parents, I still regard you as my parents, so this is what I should do. The three of them smiled at each other. Yang Nanshan smiled and said, We are already very satisfied that you have such intentions. All right, send us to the ancient pagoda. To be honest, we are very curious about that place. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and personally led the three of them to the ancient pagoda. It's so big. Looking at the endless mountains and rivers, the three of them were immediately dumbfounded. A space divine item actually had such a large space. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, When I first saw it, I was also very surprised. You're here. At this moment, Lu Hong flew up and greeted Qin Feiyang with a smile. Then she looked at Yang Nanshan and the other two and bowed. Uncle Yang, Aunt Xue, Aunt Liu Ji. Yang Nanshan smiled and said, Little girl, you're getting more and more beautiful. Lu Hong blushed. Yang Nanshan shook his head and smiled. It must be very tiring to build the herb field. Later, we will all stay to help you. This, Lu Hong was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, The three of you will stay here to enjoy the rest of your life. What elderly? Do you know how to talk? Are we very old? Luo Chenxue pretended to be angry. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand. Not old, not old. With your looks and energy, even those 17 or 18-year-old young people can't compare. Nonsense. The three of them rolled their eyes, but their faces were full of smiles. Yang Nanshan waved his hand and said, Okay, go do your work. We will help to take care of the herb field. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Lu Hong. Where are you going to build the herb field? Just outside the village. I'm mainly thinking about the people in the village. It will be more convenient for them when they need herbs. Lu Hong said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the tree of creation and the divine infant tree. He said, I originally planned to plant the tree of creation in the village, but since you built the herb field outside the village, then I will plant it in the herb field. As long as the tree of creation was not sealed, the energy it emitted was enough to radiate tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, as the tree of creation continued to grow, the area it radiated would also increase. Therefore, even if it was not planted in the village, the people in the village could also enjoy the benefits of the tree of creation. He was also looking forward to how many geniuses would be born here in the future. Okay. Lu Hong took the tree of creation and the divine infant tree. Right, there's also this. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an ice sculpture appeared. It was Zhuge Shenfeng. Why did you bring him here? Even if Zhuge Shenfeng was in a self-sealing state, Lu Hong could not help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said, The space in the ancient castle is too small. It takes up space. Then where are we going to put him now? In the village? Of course not. There are so many children in the village. What if we accidentally wake him up? Lu Hong was worried. Definitely not in the village. Qin Feiyang shook his head and pondered for a while. He said, Later, take him to the forbidden area of the cemetery. There is a black panther guarding it. The children in the village can't get close. Okay. Lu Hong nodded. Okay then, you guys go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the ancient tower, appearing in the sky above the temple. He has appeared again. Although he used to be a disciple of the temple, he is no longer one. But he still dares to do whatever he wants in the temple. This guy's courage is really not something ordinary people can compare to. Don't worry, he won't be proud for long. Because Zhuge Mingyang will not let this go. Although Zhuge Mingyang is not his opponent, don't forget that there are many people in the War God Temple who have a close relationship with Zhuge Mingyang. The disciples below whispered, their eyes full of sneers. Where is Lu Xingchen? At the same time, Qin Feiyang scanned the void suspiciously. Why was Lu Xingchen missing? He couldn't have received the news that Shun Mai had been kidnapped so quickly, right? Just as he was about to open the portal and leave, Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air and frowned. What are you busy with? I've been waiting for you for so long. Qin Feiyang said calmly, I want to ask you the same thing. Where did you go just now? Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled faintly. I had something to do, so I went back to the alchemy room. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go, we haven't drunk together in a long time. Let's go to the fragrant moon pavilion and have a few drinks. Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, aren't we going to the War God Temple? Why are we going to the War God Temple? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, there are so many experts in the War God Temple. Aren't you interested at all? It's their business if they are strong. As long as they don't provoke me, why should I care about them? Wait. Why do I feel that something is wrong? From the beginning, you've been urging me to go to the War God Temple. Tell me honestly, are you plotting something again? Qin Feiyang looked coldly at Lu Xingchen. Am I? Lu Xingchen asked calmly. Stop pretending. How many years have we known each other? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? Lu Xingchen joked. The War God Temple is filled with experts and can be considered the cornerstone of the great Qin Empire. If I'm not wrong, you're urging me to go to the War God Temple because you want me to find out how deep the War God Temple's waters are. There's a good saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. Knowing the true foundation of the War God Temple, you'll be able to make sufficient preparations in advance when you want to destroy the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Qin, you're really smart. Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. That's right, that's what I'm thinking. It would be best if you can kill some monsters while you're at it. Qin Feiyang said, so tell me, why should I do something that harms others without benefiting myself? How can this be called harming others without benefiting yourself? You and the Emperor will meet on the battlefield sooner or later. At that time, these people will be your biggest obstacles. So, if you can get rid of some of them now, it will definitely be beneficial for you in the future. Lu Xingchen said. That seems to make sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, shall we go now? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and asked with a smile. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it makes sense, then why not? The smile on Lu Xingchen's face froze as he asked in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and asked, who said that I have to go if it makes sense? Lu Xingchen's face twitched fiercely. This bastard, why doesn't he play by the rules? There's still a long way to go. We'll talk about the War God Temple later. It's rare that I'm in the mood today. Let's go and have a few drinks. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and dragged Lu Xingchen toward it. Okay, I can walk by myself. I really have to hand it to you. I don't know what you're thinking. Lu Xingchen looked at him helplessly and entered the portal. Qin Feiyang, I'll wait for you at the War God Temple. Come and fight with me quickly. But at this moment, a loud voice rolled out from the depths of the temple like thunder. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look into the depths of the temple. Lu Xingchen smiled and immediately exited the portal. Standing beside Qin Feiyang, he looked into the depths of the temple and said with a smile, it seems that someone doesn't want you to leave. Is that so? Chapter 1298. The people from the War God Temple are so fast. I wonder who it is that is challenging Qin Feiyang. Do you think Qin Feiyang will accept the challenge? Is there a need to ask? With his arrogant personality, he will definitely accept the challenge. The disciples below were in an uproar. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the schadenfreude in his eyes was undisguised. Although Qin Feiyang had brought many experts with him, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only a one-star combat emperor. In the War God Temple, a one-star combat emperor was nothing. Even if he defeated Zhuge Mingyang, there were countless people who were stronger than Zhuge Mingyang in the War God Temple. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, "Brother Qin, this person is so arrogant. How can we tolerate it?" Then, "Do you know who the person who's shouting is?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen pondered and said, "Judging from his voice, it seems to be Zhuge Jinghong, ranked 10th on the Fengyun list." "Zhuge Jinghong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen said, "You might not be familiar with this Zhuge Jinghong, but if we are talking about Zhuge Nanhua, then you definitely know him." "Zhuge Nanhua?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Of course, he knew this Zhuge Nanhua. Not only was he the confidant of the imperial master, he was also Zhuge Mingyang's great-grandfather. Now, he was guarding the pagoda on behalf of Old Man Qin, guarding the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "What is the relationship between Zhuge Jinghong and Zhuge Nanhua?" Zhuge Jinghong is Zhuge Nanhua's adopted son. It is said that his background is very miserable, but he is very talented. Under Zhuge Nanhua's nurturing, he is now an 8-star combat emperor. Lu Xingchen said. 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he frowned and said, "Since he is an 8-star combat emperor, he must be stronger than Zhuge Mingyang. However, why is he ranked behind Zhuge Mingyang? Do you still need to ask? Of course it's to take care of Zhuge Mingyang. After all, he is the genius of the Zhuge family." Lu Xingchen said. "Will the others agree to Zhuge Mingyang dominating the billboard?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "You still don't know, right? Half of the people on the billboard are from the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Xingfeng, who is ranked number 1, has even reached the 9-star combat emperor realm. It is said that he is the number 1 person in the War God Temple. Say, with Zhuge Xingfeng here, who would dare to touch Zhuge Mingyang?" Lu Xingchen sneered. "Zhuge Xingfeng," Qin Feiyang murmured. He did not expect the Zhuge family to be so powerful. "What do you think? Are you interested now?" Lu Xingchen asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Being interested is one thing, going or not is another. Come drink with me first." "Drink?" Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Xingfeng had openly issued a challenge, yet he did not accept it. Has this guy changed his personality? "Qin Feiyang, don't be a coward. I will wait for you at the fighting arena." Zhuge Jinghong's voice boomed once again, filled with an insufferably arrogant tone. "Brother Qin, he has already said so. Can you still bear it?" Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, "Even if I can't bear it, I have to. After all, you said that he is an 8-star combat emperor. How can I, a mere 1-star combat emperor, be his opponent? Brother Qin, it's meaningless to pretend like this." Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "How am I pretending? This is the truth. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. Let's go drink." Qin Feiyang opened another teleportation door and forcefully dragged Lu Xingchen in. Actually, his thoughts were very simple. Lu Xingchen wanted him to go, so he would not go. As for Zhuge Jinghong's clamor, he did not take it to heart at all. If you want to shout, then shout. Who has the ability to ignore you? This was actually a change in his state of mind. If it was in the past, in the face of such aggressive clamor, he would definitely not let it go. But now, he already had an indifferent attitude. Because in his eyes, his current opponents were the imperial tutor, the emperor, Mu Tianyang, the chief pagoda master, these supreme rulers. To put it in an arrogant way. Now, only these people could enter his eyes and make him treat them seriously. He left just like that. What the hell is this? I thought he was very powerful, but it turns out that he is just a weakling. It seems that we have all overestimated him. If not for those 9-star combat emperors helping him, what is he? When the disciples below saw Qin Feiyang open the teleportation door and leave, they could not help but mock him. War God Shrine. In the sky above a battle arena, a black-clothed youth stood proudly. His hands were behind his back, his long hair draped over his shoulders as he looked disdainfully at the sky. His two thick eyebrows were like sharp swords, emitting a shocking sharpness. That's right. This person was Zhuge Jinghong. The battle arena below was also filled with a sea of people. They were also disciples of the war god shrine, and the lowest cultivation was a battle sage. There were even a bunch of combat emperors. Do you guys think that Qin Feiyang will come? Don't worry, this person is arrogant. Facing senior brother Jinghong's challenge, he will definitely come. When he comes, there will be a good show to watch. Everyone was discussing, their eyes filled with playfulness and anticipation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the sky and landed in front of Zhuge Jinghong. It was a short black-clothed man. Looking at Zhuge Jinghong, his face was full of respect. Xie Changjin, is Qin Feiyang here? Someone below immediately asked loudly. Zhuge Jinghong also retracted his gaze and looked at the short man. Xie Changjin glanced at the people below, looked at Zhuge Jinghong, and shook his head. He didn't come. He didn't come? Everyone was shocked. This was really out of his expectations. Why didn't he come? Is he looking down on me? Zhuge Jinghong's face darkened as he asked. He is just a one-star combat emperor. How dare he look down on you, senior brother Jinghong? Xie Changjin smiled disdainfully and said, he knows that he is not your opponent, so he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Haha, he knows his own limits. Zhuge Jinghong smiled proudly and asked, then where is he now? Xie Changjin said, he went to the fragrant moon brothel with Lu Xingchen. I think they went to drink. What a good-for-nothing. Zhuge Jinghong sneered, and the disdain on his face became even stronger. He said, does he think that he can escape this calamity by going to the fragrant moon brothel? Get me a brush and ink. Xie Changjin hurriedly took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them in the air. Zhuge Jinghong waved his hand, and the brush landed in his hand. Then, he quickly wrote, and two bold words appeared on the paper. Trash. TSK, TSK, TSK. Senior brother Jinghong is really domineering. He directly sent the two words Qin Feiyang. When he sees these two words, his expression will definitely be very interesting. The people below all laughed loudly. Zhuge Jinghong's face was also full of ridicule. He looked at Xie Changjin and said, immediately send this to Qin Feiyang. You must send it into his hands. Also, tell him that if he is not convinced, he can challenge me. I, Zhuge Jinghong, will always respect him. Understood. Xie Changjin smiled, folded the paper, and opened the portal and left. At the same time, in front of a courtyard, Yang Wei appeared out of thin air while holding a girl. The girl was Shen Mai. After all these years, she had become more mature and charming. However, she was currently unconscious. Lord, I have returned. Yang Wei looked at the pavilion in the courtyard and said respectfully, come in. The imperial tutor's voice came from inside. Yang Wei pushed open the door and entered. He walked to the front of the pavilion and pushed open the door. He saw the imperial tutor sitting alone beside the tea table in the hall. Yang Wei walked in with Shen Mai in his arms. Well done. The imperial tutor smiled. Then, he looked at Shen Mai and frowned. He asked suspiciously, who is she? Didn't I ask you to capture Ren Wushuang? Why is she an unrelated person? I am incompetent. I couldn't find Ren Wushuang. Yang Wei's gaze trembled. He quickly put down Shen Mai and said in fear, why couldn't you find her? The imperial tutor raised his eyebrows. According to my investigation, Ren Wushuang went missing a few days ago. Her grandfather also went missing. This subordinate is thinking that it might be because my lord kidnapped Qin Feiyang's mother last time, causing Qin Feiyang to become alert and take them away. Yang Wei said calmly, that damn little bastard. He is really difficult to deal with. The imperial tutor snorted and looked at Shen Mai. Then who is she? Yang Wei said, her name is Shen Mai. According to my investigation, she has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, she and Ren Wushuang are like sisters. Like sisters? Since they are so close, Why didn't Qin Feiyang take her away with Ren Wushuang? The imperial tutor frowned. This should be her personal reason. I don't know, Yang Wei said. The imperial tutor looked at Shun Mai and pondered for a while. Well, it's better than nothing. Go find Qin Feiyang immediately and tell him that this woman is in our hands. See his reaction. If he has a big reaction, it means that he really cares about this woman. Okay. Yang Wei nodded and immediately opened the portal and walked in. First District. Fragrant Moon Brothel. Young Master Qin, you just came back and you came to our Fragrant Moon Brothel to play. We are really flattered. Come in, please. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen enter the hall, two waiters hurried to greet them with flattering smiles. Qin Feiyang. Why did he come to the Fragrant Moon Brothel again? I just received news that he went to the Divine Palace. Hearing the voices of the two waiters, the guests in the hall all put down their bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses in their hands and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door, glanced at the crowd, and said with a smile, I hope I didn't ruin everyone's mood. No, no. It's our honor to be able to eat and drink in the same place as young Master Qin, don't you think so? Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded and flattered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the two waiters and said, arrange a quiet place for me, and bring me 2 pots of the best wine in your store. I want to properly entertain this good brother of mine. Good brother. Everyone's heart trembled. Looking at Lu Xingchen next to Qin Feiyang, their pupils contracted slightly. They didn't expect Lu Xingchen and Qin Feiyang to be so close. Some people even had envy in their eyes. Chapter 1299. A quiet place can only be the private rooms upstairs. I will arrange one for the 2 young masters. A waiter smiled. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, we'll just sit in the hall. It's a little quiet. The 2 waiters looked at each other. Although the cost of the private room was higher than that of the hall, was Qin Feiyang a person short of money? Obviously not. Then why did he have to sit in the hall? But the 2 didn't dare to ask. Glancing around the hall, they found an empty table in the left corner. Let's sit there. It's in the corner. It's relatively quiet. What do you think, young Master Qin? The 2 waiters looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, please. One of the waiters led Qin Feiyang to the table and said with a smile, I'll bring the food and wine to you right away. Please wait a moment. Okay. Qin Feiyang said. The waiter smiled, turned around, and ran away. Let's continue. Don't be so reserved. Qin Feiyang looked at the people in the hall and said with a smile. Then he sat down on a chair, pointed to the chair opposite him, and said with a smile, Brother Lu, please sit down. Lu Xingchen glanced at Qin Feiyang, walked to the opposite of Qin Feiyang, and sat down, glancing at the people around. Although those people were minding their own business and eating and drinking, they would glance at him from time to time. That kind of strange look made him very uncomfortable. Phew. He took a deep breath, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said with a rather gloomy face, Is this the purpose of you bringing me to Fragrant Moon House? Purpose? Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. What do you mean? I just asked you to accompany me to drink. What purpose can I have? Pretend. Keep pretending. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. Why should I pretend? Qin Feiyang became more and more puzzled. Lu Xingchen said angrily, Then let me ask you, why did you say that I'm your good brother in front of everyone? Are we not on good terms? Qin Feiyang asked. Do you think we're close enough to call each other brothers? Lu Xingchen was getting angrier and angrier. It's not that good, but what's wrong with me saying that? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Nonsense. Of course not. What's your situation now? The imperial advisor, the emperor, and the Zhuge family are all trying to deal with you. But they can't do anything to you because you have someone protecting you. What about them? You can only start with those who are close to you. And now, you're publicly declaring that I'm your good brother. Aren't you clearly trying to drag me down with you? Lu Xingchen was furious. This guy was really insidious and cunning. If he was not careful, he would be tricked to death by him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. He shook his head and said, "Your imagination is too rich. In fact, it's not as complicated as you think. I just want to treat you to a few drinks." "Don't talk nonsense. You think I don't know who Qin Feiyang is? You're not having a good time now, and you don't want me to have a good time either." Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. "Young masters, the dishes are here." At this time, the waiter ran over with a few dishes, 2 pots of wine, and 2 wine glasses. After putting them on the table, he hurriedly ran away. Qin Feiyang chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled the 2 wine glasses. Then, he put down the wine pot, grabbed a wine glass, and handed it to Lu Xingchen. He said with a smile, "Don't be like this. Even if the imperial advisor wants to deal with you, with your ability, what are you afraid of? So you admit it." Lu Xingchen sneered. "If you insist on thinking like this, then wouldn't it be the same if I didn't admit it?" Qin Feiyang said. "Phew." Lu Xingchen let out a long breath, took the wine glass, and said, "This time you're better, I admit defeat. Look at what you're saying, it's as if I've taken advantage of you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled helplessly. He picked up the wine glass on the table and said, "How about this? If you really can't let it go, then I'll solemnly apologize to you and punish myself with 3 cups." After that, he raised his head and drank it all. Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes. He held the wine glass to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He was about to drink it. But at this moment, a cold shout sounded at the entrance. "Where is Qin Feiyang?" He saw a short man in black standing at the entrance, arrogantly scanning the hall. It was Xie Changjin. Lu Xingchen frowned. He put down the wine glass and turned his head. When he saw Xie Changjin, his eyes immediately became playful. Qin Feiyang and the other guests in the hall also looked at Xie Changjin with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "Young master, what brings you here?" A waiter ran in front of Xie Changjin and asked. Xie Changjin said proudly, "I'm Xie Changjin, a disciple of the War God Temple. I'm here to find Qin Feiyang." "Where is he?" "A disciple of the War God Temple." The waiter's pupils shrank. His expression immediately became respectful. He pointed at the corner where Qin Feiyang was and said, "Young Master Qin is there." Xie Changjin looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Then he strode towards Qin Feiyang. Why is a disciple of the War God Temple looking for Qin Feiyang? Everyone muttered in their hearts. As for Qin Feiyang, when he heard that this person was from the War God Temple, he immediately looked away. He poured himself a glass of wine and leisurely savored it. This person was only a 1-star combat emperor. He was not worthy of his attention. Xie Changjin walked in front of Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang's calm and leisurely appearance, the disdain on his face became even stronger. Is he really so calm that he doesn't dare to accept the challenge? He took out the folded paper from his bosom and slapped it on the table. He sneered, "This is a big gift from senior brother Zhuge Jinghong." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just a lackey who ran away." Lu Xingchen also laughed. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even look at Xie Changjin properly. That disdainful attitude and those sarcastic words made Xie Changjin furious. He shouted, "You better watch your words." Qin Feiyang still ignored him. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, whose kitten and puppy did not tie up properly and came to disturb us while we were drinking? Didn't he say that he came to deliver the gift on behalf of Zhuge Jinghong? Then he must be from the Zhuge family." Lu Xingchen said with a smile. "I see. Birds of a feather flock together." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile. The faces of the guests and waiters in the hall turned red. These two are really good. They don't even use vulgarities when cursing. However, Xie Changjin was about to explode in anger. He slapped away the wine glasses in Qin Feiyang's hands and shouted, "I dare you to say that again." Qin Feiyang's and Lu Xingchen's faces immediately darkened. They turned to look at Xie Changjin. Their cold eyes made Xie Changjin's body tremble. An indescribable fear emerged in his heart. However, when he thought of Zhuge Jinghong behind him, he became more confident. What? Do you dare to touch me? Let me tell you, I came to deliver the gift on behalf of Senior Zhuge Jinghong. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, Senior Zhuge Jinghong will not let you off. I think that with Senior Zhuge Jinghong's status in the War God Shrine, I should tell you. His ranking on the War God Shrine's Wind God ranking list is, Xie Changjin was full of himself. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and grabbed his neck. He said with a smile, I really don't know what gave you the courage to bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The two of them released their battle chi and directly cut off Xie Changjin's arms. The piercing pain made Xie Changjin howl in pain. Blood spurted out from his shoulder like a fountain. Since you want to be a dog, then you should have the awareness of being a dog. Don't provoke someone you can't afford to provoke. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again. A wisp of battle chi entered Xie Changjin's lower abdomen, shattering his sea of chi, cutting off his arms and destroying his sea of chi. This person is indeed cruel. We can't afford to provoke him. The pupils of the people in the hall shrunk. They were terrified. Lu Xingchen looked at Xie Changjin and laughed. Look, giving a gift is a good thing, but you forced Brother Qin to make a move. Are you satisfied now? Xie Changjin was scared out of his wits. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and released his 5 fingers. With a bang, Xie Changjin fell to the ground. His face was distorted from the pain. His blood also flowed to the ground. It was a shocking sight. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat, grabbed the piece of paper, and opened it. His eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. What's written on the paper? Everyone couldn't help but stand up and look around curiously. I saw it. The word trash is written on it. This Zhuge Jinghong actually gave him those 2 words. He's obviously looking for trouble. Everyone's heart trembled. This was forcing Qin Feiyang to make a move. Lu Xingchen looked at the 2 words on the paper and laughed. Brother Qin, you can't take it anymore, right? Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, and his expression was filled with a wisp of viciousness. Crack. He clenched his big hand and the paper immediately turned into ashes. Then, he looked down at Xie Changjin and laughed. Go back and tell Zhuge Jinghong to stop playing such childish tricks. This will only make him look more childish and stupid. Yes. I'll definitely pass on the message. Xie Changjin nodded repeatedly. Then get lost. Qin Feiyang said. Xie Changjin hurriedly got up and ran outside. However, when he turned around, his eyes were filled with hatred. Is there something wrong with your ears? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Xie Changjin's body trembled. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Aren't I going to leave immediately? Lu Xingchen laughed. Looks like you didn't understand Brother Qin's meaning. He told you to get lost, not walk. Get lost. Xie Changjin was stunned. After all, he was a disciple of the Temple of War. If he was told to get lost in front of everyone, how could he face others in the future? I've changed my mind. Don't you like being a dog? Now, crawl out. While crawling, you have to bark like a dog. Chapter 1300. Crawl out. Everyone's mouth twitched. Wasn't this making things difficult for Xie Changjin? How could he crawl when both his arms were chopped off? Xie Changjin's face turned green when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Although he wasn't as talented as Zhuge Jinghong, he was still a genius to be able to become a disciple of the War God Temple. He had pride. He had dignity. He had to crawl out in front of everyone and bark like a dog. How could he survive in the War God Temple in the future? Moreover, this matter would definitely spread out. At that time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of everyone's leisure conversations? This was simply forcing him to a dead end. He gloomily stared at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, It's best to leave some leeway as a person and not go overboard. Are you threatening me? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Xie Changjin with a murderous look in his eyes. Xie Changjin's eyes trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape today. He clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground. He didn't have hands, so he used his knees to slowly crawl out. Woof! He lowered his head and barked like a dog. He didn't dare to look at everyone because it was embarrassing enough. Qin Feiyang, I swear that I won't let you go. Although his head was lowered, he could clearly feel that everyone was looking at him with mocking eyes. This made him go crazy. His heart was filled with humiliation. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't let this matter go. At this moment, outside the door, a middle-aged man in black stood quietly and looked at Xie Changjin expressionlessly. However, if one looked closely, they would find that there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. This person was Yang Wei. He came to find Qin Feiyang under the orders of the imperial tutor, but he didn't expect to see such a good show. In his heart, he was also sincerely happy for Qin Feiyang. During this trip to the reincarnation ocean, not only did Qin Feiyang's strength increase, but he also subdued a large number of strong cultivators. Now that there were no false gods, who could compete with Qin Feiyang? I didn't choose the wrong person. In the future, this child will definitely become a supreme existence that will make even the imperial preceptor tremble. Yang Wei mumbled. At this moment, Xie Changjin finally arrived at the door. He stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, then ran outside. Yang Wei lifted his leg and tripped Xie Changjin. With a bang, Xie Changjin staggered and fell flat on his face. 2 of his front teeth were broken. Ooh! Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen also looked at each other. My apologies. I didn't notice. Are you okay? Yang Wei's eyes flashed with ridicule. He hurriedly helped Xie Zhongjin up and apologized. Are you fucking looking for death? Xie Zhongjin was furious, but when he saw Yang Wei's face, his expression changed. At that time in the first district, Yang Wei was following beside the state preceptor, and many people saw it. Xie Changjin also knew. After all, Yang Wei had challenged Qin Feiyang in front of countless people. He was now considered a celebrity in the city. As such, seeing that it was Yang Wei, Xie Changjin could only swallow his anger. What did you say just now? I'm looking for death. Do you know who I am? However, Yang Wei did not want to let Xie Changjin off. He sneered. No, this is a misunderstanding. Xie Changjin hurriedly shook his head. Misunderstanding? I'm a law enforcer of the Law Enforcement Hall, but I was insulted by a disciple in public. If this were to spread, wouldn't I become a joke? Yang Wei yelled angrily. You're a law enforcer. Xie Changjin's expression changed. Yang Wei directly took out the law enforcer token. This disciple has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me. Xie Changjin shivered and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. The law enforcers in the divine hall were like the god of death. The disciples basically stayed away from them. Sigh. Looking at this scene, the people in the hall could not help but sigh in their hearts. He had just been severely humiliated by Qin Feiyang and now bumped into the muzzle of a law enforcer. One had to admit that this guy was really unlucky. You'd better be careful next time. Yang Wei snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, get lost. Yes. Xie Changjin hurriedly got up. I'm asking you to get lost. Yang Wei yelled and raised his hand to slap Xie Changjin's face. Ah! With a scream, Xie Changjin immediately flew out and smashed into the street below. I'll get lost immediately. However, he did not dare to complain at all. He hurriedly curled up into a ball and rolled on the street like a rubber ball. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why is he rolling on the ground? Those who did not know what was going on could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Yang Wei smiled disdainfully. He tidied his clothes and turned to enter the fragrant moon house. Welcome, my lord. A few waiters went up to greet him respectfully. Yang Wei said coldly, I'm looking for Qin Feiyang. You can go back to your work. He's looking for Qin Feiyang again. When everyone heard this, they could not help but turn to look at Qin Feiyang. This guy was really a jinx. As soon as he came back, he caused a storm in the city. It was difficult to calm down. Law enforcer, Lu Xingchen looked at Yang Wei and his eyes flashed slightly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, why is he looking for you? He did not know that this law enforcer was Yang Wei. It's definitely not something good. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yang Wei strode to the table and glanced at Lu Xingchen. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Is it convenient for you to talk?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If you have anything to say, just say it. After you're done, get lost. Don't hinder us from drinking." Everyone was stunned. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a law enforcer. As expected of Qin Feiyang, Yang Wei's eyes surged with a cold light. He did not hide it. "Say it. Do you want to crawl out like Xia Changjin?" Qin Feiyang said impatiently. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Yang Wei smiled coldly, leaned in front of Qin Feiyang, and whispered, "Do you know Shen Mai? She's in our hands now." He did not transmit his voice. But his voice was very soft. Only Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen could hear it. "What?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists. "If you want to save her, you should know what to do." Yang Wei chuckled, got up, and left. Qin Feiyang said, "Go back and tell the state preceptor that if he dares to hurt her, I will make him regret it for the rest of his life." "You'd better pray for yourself," Yang Wei said with a smile without turning his head. "This guy is too good at acting." Qin Feiyang laughed and transmitted his voice. "If the state preceptor really wants to take you as his confidant, he should use the blood soul technique to control you. But you don't have to worry, I have a way to remove the blood soul technique. Now I will help you remove the slave seal." Then, with a thought, the slave seal in Yang Wei's soul directly dissipated. When he first met Yang Wei in the Black Dragon Glacier, Qin Feiyang used the slave seal to control him. And with the slave seal, the state preceptor's blood soul technique could not succeed. So, he had to remove the slave seal first. As for whether Yang Wei would betray him after the slave seal was removed, he was not worried at all. Because after all these years of getting along, Yang Wei was already dead set on him. "Then I'll go first." Yang Wei transmitted his voice. "Well, be careful. By the way, the blood soul technique can only control the power of the bloodline, it can't peek into one's thoughts. You don't have to worry too much." Qin Feiyang secretly warned. "Okay." Yang Wei secretly replied. After Yang Wei left the fragrant moon brothel, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Lu Xingchen and transmitted his voice. "You guessed right, that old thing has begun to make a move on the people around me. I don't care so much. This matter started because of you. You have to save Shen Mai, or I will not let you off." Lu Xingchen secretly said. "It's not like you don't know the state preceptor. He is a cunning old fox. He will definitely hide Shen Mai immediately. How do you want me to save her?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen's face was as dark as water. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, "To be honest, this matter is actually your fault." "Me?" Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. "At first, I was worried that the state preceptor would make a move on them, so I wanted to take them away. But Shen Mai was willing to stay in the divine hall for you. I thought you would take good care of her, but I didn't expect that she would be taken away by the state preceptor." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen's fingers clenched tighter and tighter, making a cracking sound. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm afraid I can't help in this matter, because I can't give the state preceptor what he wants. Only you can do it, and with the help of Mu Qing's all-seeing eye, I believe it won't be difficult for you to save Shen Mai." "What does the state preceptor want?" Lu Xingchen asked, his eyes flashing. "I can't tell you now. But I can tell you with certainty that if the state preceptor gets this thing, you and I will be finished." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. "So serious?" Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded and added, "To be exact, it's more serious than I said." Lu Xingchen's heart sank. After pondering for a while, he got up and said, "I'm not in the mood to sit with you. Goodbye." After that, he opened the portal and walked in without looking back. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen's back, and a smile flashed in his eyes. As soon as he returned to Imperial City, Lu Xingchen began to use the Temple of War to set up a trap for him. Frankly speaking, he really had a headache. But now, in order to save Shen Mai, Lu Xingchen wouldn't have time to harass him for the next period of time. He could also deal with business. That's right. He let Yang Wei kidnap Shen Mai to test whether Lu Xingchen was sincere or not, but that was only secondary. Most importantly, he wanted to use Shen Mai to stall Lu Xingchen for another matter entirely. And this time, he had to get to the bottom of it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Waiter, the bill." In a courtyard. The state preceptor sat by the tea table and looked at Yang Wei with a smile. "Well done." Yang Wei bowed and said, "It's this subordinate's honor to serve you, sir." The state preceptor sized up Yang Wei for a moment and said, "I have always seen your loyalty. From now on, you will follow me." "Really?" Yang Wei was wild with joy. "Yes." The state preceptor nodded and said, "However, you also know my character. I don't trust anyone easily. This subordinate understands. As long as I can follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do." Yang Wei lowered his head and said, "Very good." The state preceptor smiled happily. His hands formed a seal, and a blood-red mark appeared. Chapter 1301. This is the Blood Soul spell. It can control your bloodline power. Once controlled by the Blood Soul spell, you will be my servant for life. The Grand Preceptor said. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang was right. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat as he bowed and said, "This subordinate is willing to be controlled by the Blood Soul spell." "Very good." The Grand Preceptor laughed and waved his hand. The mark turned into a stream of light and entered Yang Wei's body. After the Blood Soul spell was completed, Yang Wei cupped his hands and said, "My lord, what's the next step?" "Wait. Since Qin Feiyang cares so much about Shen Mai, he will definitely come to me personally." The Grand Preceptor sneered. "What if he doesn't come? After all, Qin Feiyang can't be looked at with ordinary eyes." Yang Wei said. "You have a point." The Grand Preceptor nodded. After thinking for a moment, he sighed, "It seems that I don't have enough chips in my hands. Go to the spiritual state again." "Why do I go to the spiritual state?" Yang Wei was surprised. When Qin Feiyang was stranded in the spiritual state, he must have made some good friends. "Go and check. If there are any, bring them to the capital." The Grand Preceptor said. This subordinate understands. But there's a problem. Elder Qin is now in charge of the Butterfly Valley. Will this subordinate arouse his suspicion if I go to the spiritual state? Yang Wei said worriedly. "Isn't that simple? The 9 states are connected. You can go to the other 8 states first before entering the spiritual state. How about this? Go to the pagoda and find Zhuge Nanhua. He will make the arrangements." The Grand Preceptor said and gave the coordinates of the pagoda to Yang Wei. "Yes." Yang Wei responded respectfully and opened the portal to leave. Somewhere in the void of the hall, there was a spatial divine item hidden. Mu Qing stood beside Lu Xingchen and frowned. "My lord, is Shen Mai really that important to you? Is that something you should ask?" Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. Lu Xingchen looked at the state preceptor on the screen and asked, "Are you sure Shen Mai is here? My all-seeing eye won't make a mistake." "It's definitely here. However, I can't predict the exact location. I think the Imperial Preceptor must have set up a divine power barrier around Shen Mai," Mu Qing said. "This old bastard." Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Suddenly, the Imperial Preceptor, who was drinking tea in silence, released his divine sense and instantly captured the divine spatial item hidden in the void. Lu Xingchen saw that the situation was not good and immediately drove the spatial divine item away. The state preceptor didn't pursue and murmured, "It seems like you really care about this woman." He thought it was Qin Feiyang. But he didn't know that it was Lu Xingchen. Pagoda. Zhuge Nanhua sat in front of the pagoda with his eyes closed. His aura was unfathomable. Yang Wei appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the pagoda and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Zhuge Nanhua. What are you doing here?" Zhuge Nanhua opened his eyes and looked at Yang Wei suspiciously. Obviously, he knew Yang Wei as well. Yang Wei said honestly, "The Imperial Preceptor is worried that he doesn't have enough chips in his hands, so he sent me to the spiritual state to look for Qin Feiyang's friend." Zhuge Nanhua nodded in realization and smiled. It seems like the patriarch trusts you a lot since he gave you such an important mission. Yang Wei smiled. Follow me. Zhuge Nanhua stood up and opened the pagoda door. He led Yang Wei to the teleportation altar that led to Yuzhou. Elder Qin is guarding the spiritual state. That old bastard isn't easy to deal with, so it's best not to let him find out. Go to Yuzhou first, then to spiritual state. When you return, come back from Yuzhou. Zhuge Nanhua said. Understood. Yang Wei nodded and activated the teleportation altar. Soon, they arrived in the sky above a valley in Yuzhou. In the valley, a white-haired old man was guarding it. Who is it? Seeing Yang Wei appear, the white-haired old man immediately shouted. Yang Wei said, I'm an enforcer of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Imperial Capital. Enforcer. The white-haired old man's expression changed. He quickly bowed and said, Greetings, sir. May I know why you have come to Yuzhou? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yang Wei glanced at him coldly. Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew away without looking back. When he was far away from the valley, a person suddenly appeared in the void. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shouted, Yang Wei, wait. Yang Wei was slightly stunned. He stopped in the void and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he asked, Why are you here? I followed you here. Qin Feiyang smiled. Followed me? Yang Wei frowned and said angrily, I've followed you for so many years, and you still don't believe me. What are you talking about? I have something to do and need to go to the Forgotten Continent. So, I've been hiding in the pagoda looking for an opportunity. I didn't expect to meet you, so I followed you here. Qin Feiyang said. Go to the Forgotten Continent. Yang Wei was stunned and asked, So, you're not following me? Why would I follow you? Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei scratched his head and said awkwardly, I thought that you were doubting my loyalty to you after removing the slave seal. Qin Feiyang was speechless when he heard this. Yang Wei smiled and asked suspiciously, Don't you have the gate of space and time? Why did you go to the pagoda? The gate of space and time is in the hands of Fatso. Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei said, Then why are you going to the Forgotten Continent now? To find the Mu clan's nest and understand the Mu clan's true strength. Qin Feiyang said. This was his purpose. Understood. You're preparing for a rainy day. However, we couldn't find the Mu clan's nest after investigating for so long. This time, you might not be able to find it. Yang Wei said. Don't worry, I'm confident this time. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good. Oh right, you heard my conversation with Zhuge Nanhua just now, what do you think I should do? Yang Wei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Now that you've gained the trust of the imperial tutor, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what I do, Yang Wei murmured and suddenly smiled and nodded, Understood, then I'll go. Wait. Don't let Lu Xingchen save Shun Mai too easily. Because once he saves Shun Mai, he'll immediately think of me. I don't want him and Mu Qing to go to the Forgotten Continent to mess things up. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Yang Wei nodded. Then go. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. The Mu clan has more than one false god, you have to be careful. Yang Wei exhorted before turning around and leaving. After watching Yang Wei leave, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and directly descended on the Butterfly Valley. I was wondering why I kept sneezing today, so it's because we have a distinguished guest. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Man Qin sitting alone by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod. It seems that Old Man Qin is living a good life after coming to the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside Old Man Qin with a smile. Isn't this all thanks to you? But to be honest, this old man really likes this kind of carefree life. Old Man Qin chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Now that the great Qin Empire is facing internal and external troubles, I'm afraid it's impossible for Old Man Qin to live a carefree life. Old Man Qin looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, So, you've investigated everything? Yes. There's conclusive evidence that the national advisor is trying to usurp the throne. Mu Tianyang has also revealed his fangs. However, our current emperor not only doesn't realize it, but also thinks about his own desires all day long. To be honest, I'm really worried about the fate of the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang sighed. Old man Qin asked with a smile, then why don't you tell him? Will it work? Besides, will he believe me? Qin Feiyang said. Sigh. Old man Qin sighed and said, it's not just you, even I don't dare to be honest with His Majesty. His Majesty is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Then, Old man Qin smiled and said, but fortunately, there's still you. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely solve these problems. You're overestimating me. Let me say something that shouldn't be said. Most people at my age are still drinking and having fun. Why do I have to bear such a heavy responsibility? Qin Feiyang looked at the calm lake and said, this is the fate of people. Some people are born mediocre, some people are born rich, and you're born with the responsibility of the world. Perhaps this is unfair to you, but have you ever thought about what is fair in this world? It can be said that there is no fairness in this world. Old man Qin sighed. Fate, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at the sky, and shook his head. I don't believe in fate, I only believe that man can conquer the heavens. Old man Qin smiled and said, with your words, I believe that you can bear this heavy responsibility. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Old man Qin asked, why did you come to the spiritual state this time? To the forgotten continent. Qin Feiyang said. Just as he was about to explain, Old man Qin waved his hand and said, from now on, I won't care about what you do, because I believe that you won't do anything to harm the great Qin Empire. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The meaning of Old man Qin's words was obvious, he supported him unconditionally. By the way, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and said, Old man Qin, can I ask you a question? What? Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, what is the opportunity to become an immortal? Now, although he didn't lack powerhouses by his side, he didn't have a single false god. And now, only with a few false gods by his side would he have the capital to compete with the imperial advisor, the emperor, and the chief tower master. The opportunity to become an immortal? Old man Qin was slightly stunned, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and frowned. You are only a one-star combat emperor, isn't it too early to ask about this? I don't dare to boast. But I am confident that it won't be long before I can break through to the 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang said. Old man Qin smiled helplessly. This was called not boasting. Even if he opened the door of potential, it was impossible to step into the 9-star combat emperor in a few years or decades. Because in the combat emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each small realm. Chapter 1302. But what Old man Qin didn't know was that time had no concept for Qin Feiyang. Because the rules of time in the castle had changed. 10 days had passed inside, but only 1 day had passed outside. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't tell anyone else about the changes in the castle. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang smiled and said with a pleading tone. You little brat. Old man Qin shook his head helplessly and said, I can tell you, but I hope you don't bite off more than you can chew. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Old man Qin said, the opportunity to become a god is only 12 words. 12 words. Qin Feiyang was immediately stunned and asked, is it that simple? Of course not. Only by comprehending the true meaning of these 12 words and doing it can you get the opportunity to become a god. Old man Qin said. Then what are these 12 words? Qin Feiyang asked. Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original heart, only then can you achieve results. Old man Qin said word by word, sonorous and powerful. Boom. Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his head rumbling. Old man Qin's words were exactly the same as what Uncle Yuan said last time. In other words, when Uncle Yuan appeared last time, he had already told him the opportunity to become a god, but he didn't comprehend it. In other words, Uncle Yuan's appearance last time might be to tell him the opportunity to become a god. What do these 12 words mean? Qin Feiyang asked. You need to comprehend it yourself, others won't help you at all. Old man Qin said. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Old Man Qin. Go ahead, do what you want to do. Old Man Qin waved his hand and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned around and soared into the sky. While thinking, he flew toward the teleportation altar. Didn't forget his original intention mean that he shouldn't forget why he first stepped on the path of cultivation? And didn't forget his original heart mean that he shouldn't forget his true thoughts in the depths of his heart? According to the literal meaning, it should be so. But was it really that simple? If it was really that simple, then why were there so few people in this world who had successfully stepped into the war god realm? Very soon, he entered the secret room and arrived in front of the teleportation altar. It seems that with my current cultivation, I still can't understand the true meaning of this sentence. However, we can tell Wang Yangfeng and the others first. Qin Feiyang muttered as he took out the image crystal. Wang. A short while later, Fatso's phantom appeared. Fatso looked at the secret room behind Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Boss, where are you? Butterfly Valley. Are Elder Wang and the others around? Qin Feiyang asked. They split up and went to Pan County and Yang County to gather information. I'm about to sneak into the inner palace to take a look. What are you doing in Butterfly Valley? Fatso asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I'm going to the Forgotten Continent. Before I go, I have two things to tell you. Forgotten Continent. Fatso was taken aback and said, Go ahead. First, when Wang Yangfeng and the others come back, you tell them this sentence. Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original heart, only then can you achieve success. These 12 words, Elder Qin told me just now, are the opportunity to become a war god. Second, after finding out the whereabouts of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess, you all return to the Bright Sky Palace immediately. If anyone asks, just say that I'm in seclusion and won't see anyone. Qin Feiyang said. The opportunity to become a war god. Fatso's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. When Uncle Yuan said this sentence, he was also present. At that time, he even pondered the meaning of this sentence. But he didn't expect it to be the opportunity to become a war god. Remember, especially Lu Xingchen, you must not let him know that I went to the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. Fatso nodded, but then frowned and thought, Lu Xingchen is easy to deal with, but Mu Qing has omniscient eye. How can it be hidden? If there is nothing important, will he use omniscient eye to spy on my whereabouts for no reason? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. That's true. Fatso nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, there is a problem that Fat Lord has never been able to figure out. What's the problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Back then, your mother said that the former emperor branded the word prisoner on the foreheads of the state preceptor and Zhuge Shenfeng. And this word prisoner can never be erased. But why didn't I see the word prisoner on the state preceptor's forehead? Is it a makeover? But your mother seems to have said that even a makeover won't work. Fatso said. I have also thought about this problem. I think he should be wearing a human skin mask. Qin Feiyang said. Human skin mask. Fatso's eyes suddenly became playful. He chuckled and said, Say, if one day we tear off the mask on his face in front of everyone, how surprised will people be? Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and said, Don't forget what I told you just now. Don't worry, Fat Lord will hold them back. But after you go to the Forgotten Continent, don't forget another thing. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Chu Xian, Fatso said, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Qin Feiyang murmured. The people of this tribe hated them to the bone, especially Chu Xian. Back then, the resentful look in her eyes was as if she wanted to pull out their tendons and pull out their bones. If they kept them alive, sooner or later they would become a disaster, so it was necessary to get rid of them as soon as possible. I will find her. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, opened the teleportation altar, and strode up. Forgotten Continent. Glacier Forest. This place was still the same as before. The cold wind was bone-piercing, and the snow was white. Swish. Above the ice lake. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Glancing around, He was about to leave. But suddenly, he faintly felt a wisp of dragon's aura under the ice lake. What's going on? Isn't this where the snow python stays? Qin Feiyang had a suspicious look on his face as he silently entered the ice lake. Get out. But at this time, a cold shout with a bone-piercing murderous intent suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly turned around and ran out of the ice lake. Because the owner of this voice was the snow python. Senior, Junior did not mean to disturb, please forgive me. Looking at the ice lake, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said a few words. He then flew away without looking back. What a joke. This snow python was a true god of war. Even the state preceptor could not resist it, let alone him. So, it was better to stay away from her. But what was with that dragon's aura? Could it be that a baby dragon was born under the ice lake? Dragon, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The dragon's aura at the bottom of the ice lake reminded him of the little white dragon in the main tower. He did not know where the little white dragon was hiding. Looks like I have to talk to Li Yang. Because only Li Yang could find the little white dragon. This is the forgotten continent. But suddenly, a voice full of curiosity entered Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stopped in the air and turned his head to look. His body suddenly stiffened. He saw a young man with dark skin and bare upper body standing above the ice lake, curiously looking around. Who else could it be but Lu Zheng? Little cousin, long time no see, did you miss me? Lu Zheng also looked at Qin Feiyang and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Whoosh. Lu Zheng cut across the sky and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said unhappily, "You are too mean. We are brothers who have been through thick and thin. Why didn't you call me when you came to the forgotten continent?" Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and frowned. Aren't you in the imperial capital? Yes. I am in the imperial capital. Lu Zheng nodded. Then why are you here? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. From the imperial capital to the spiritual state, one had to pass through the pagoda. And the pagoda was guarded by Zhuge Nanhua. How did Lu Zheng come? Also, why didn't Elder Qin stop him? Lu Zheng touched his chin and laughed. About this question, I can only say that I am too handsome. Zhuge Nanhua and Elder Qin are charmed by me. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and his veins bulged. He really wanted to slap him. What do you want to do? Don't forget, I am your cousin. The eldest brother is the father. If you dare to touch me, you will be struck by lightning. Lu Zheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him warily like a frightened little girl. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and was speechless. He really didn't want to stay with this outrageous cousin. But he was helpless. This outrageous cousin was clearly going to pester him to the end. Actually, Lu Zheng's face suddenly became serious. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Actually what?" "It was Elder Qin who helped me," Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. In the past, he didn't know about the state preceptor's conspiracy, so Elder Qin didn't like our Lu family very much. But now, he has already sided with us. Speaking of which, this is still to your credit. Lu Zheng said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang murmured. Lu Zheng asked, "By the way, where is Aunt? Mother, she's missing again." Qin Feiyang sighed. What the hell? Lu Zheng's face froze, and he said, "She's not in your castle?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. What are you doing? It wasn't easy to save Aunt. How can you abandon her? Lu Zheng said angrily. Who said that I abandoned Mother? Let me tell you, no one in this world cares about Mother more than I do. Qin Feiyang shouted. Lu Zheng also realized that he had said something wrong. With a trace of apology on his face, he asked, "Then what's going on?" Qin Feiyang briefly told him about the situation when his mother left. Alas! Aunt, why did you do this? After hearing this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed Lu Zheng's clothes and said anxiously, "From what you said, do you know where Mother went?" "How would I know?" Lu Zheng rolled his eyes at him and sighed, I'm just lamenting that Aunt's life has been too difficult. She should stop and have a good rest. A trace of disappointment crept into Qin Feiyang's eyes. He let go of Lu Zheng's clothes and nodded. Yes, if mother could stay by my side with peace of mind, I wouldn't have so many worries. Only with worries can there be pressure. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Work hard, young man. Chapter 1303. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Lu Zheng. He was not young anymore. Was it appropriate to call him a young man? You can only stay in the Forgotten Continent for half a month. If you do not report to me after half a month, I will personally come to find you. But at that time, you will have to pay a heavy price. Suddenly, the snow python's cold voice came from the ice lake. What? Qin Feiyang's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Senior, it was not like this before. You also did not brazenly bring people here before. The snow python said. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He hurriedly pointed at Lu Zheng and shouted, I don't know him at all. He jumped out by himself. What? You don't know me? Your words make me very angry. Lu Zheng glared at him. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and looked at the ice lake, saying, Senior, I really don't know him. You can do whatever you want. Even if you kill him, I have no objections. Bastard. You will be punished by the heavens sooner or later, Lu Zheng angrily roared. TSK. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng with disdain, and then looked at the ice lake, saying, Senior, half a month is too short. Can you give me a few more days? However, no matter what he said, the snow python did not respond to him. It's all your fault. Qin Feiyang glared at Lu Zheng angrily. It's none of my business. Lu Zheng coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. He had to speed up. Wait for me. Lu Zheng hurriedly caught up and asked in a low voice, Who was the woman who spoke just now? You seem to be very scared. Nonsense. Even the state preceptor could not fight back in front of her. Do you think I'm not scared? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. What? Then wouldn't she be? Lu Zheng was dumbfounded and full of shock. As long as you understand. Qin Feiyang said. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are even real war gods. This forgotten continent is truly an interesting place. Lu Zheng was speechless. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Interesting? Qin Feiyang snorted inwardly. Although it was interesting, it was also a place where people could lose their lives. Where to now? Lu Zheng asked. Let's leave this glacier first. Qin Feiyang said. Whoosh. The two of them streaked across the sky like lightning and soon flew out of the glacier forest, arriving in the sky above a desolate tribe. Lu Zheng scanned the tribe and asked suspiciously, Why is there no one here? Dead. Qin Feiyang said. The tribes in the first and second regions had all been massacred by the mysterious madam. It would be strange if there were people. He waved his hand, and a group of ferocious beasts appeared. There were at least 80 or 90 of them. They were all 9-star emperor beasts, including the seahorse and the seal. Qin Feiyang said, I want to find a tribe. Seahorse and seal, take a pair each and split up to look. What tribe? Is it easy to find? The seahorse and the seal asked. Yes. Because there is only one tribe in the first region. In short, as long as you find someone, he must be from that tribe. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Brothers, let's go. The seahorse and the seal nodded. Then, with a shout, the 89 9-star emperor beasts left in a mighty manner. Cousin, why is there only one tribe in the first region? Lu Zheng asked suspiciously. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng had just come to the Forgotten Continent, so he would definitely ask endless questions along the way. Therefore, for the sake of peace, it was better to tell him everything about the Forgotten Continent at once. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 4 hours later, Qin Feiyang brought Lu Zheng to the sky above the ruins of Sky Thunder City. The entire city had long been reduced to ashes. Now, it was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, looking extremely desolate. However, the Pill Tower was still standing on the ground, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This pill tower is not simple. When Lu Zheng saw the pill tower, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Zheng flew over and carefully observed for a moment, saying, "According to my speculation, this pill tower has a history of at least 10,000 years. But if you look carefully, there is not even a trace of weathering on the surface. If it is just an ordinary stone tower, how can it be?" "You are right. This pill tower is indeed not simple. Back then, when we were fighting here, the entire city was razed to the ground. Only this pill tower is intact," Qin Feiyang said. "Could it be a divine artifact?" Lu Zheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "If it is a divine artifact, even if it has not recovered, it should still have divine power." "But do you feel divine power?" "No." Lu Zheng shook his head and walked around the pill tower. Then, he stood in front of the door and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" The door was wide open. The inside was full of dust and the walls were covered with cobwebs. "Whatever," Qin Feiyang said. When Lu Zheng heard this, he immediately rushed into the pill tower. In addition to the mess, there were many skeletons inside. Lu Zheng asked, "Were the owners of these skeletons killed by you back then?" "I'm not sure." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The mysterious woman massacred the first area after he left, so the owners of these skeletons should have died in the hands of the mysterious woman. But it had been too long, so he could not remember clearly. "Help! Who can save me?" The two of them had just reached the second floor when a cry for help suddenly sounded upstairs. "Someone is here!" The two of them were stunned. Whoosh! The next moment, the two of them used their fastest speed and rushed to the third floor like lightning. Immediately, they saw a 13 or 14-year-old boy curled up in the corner of an alchemy room. In front of him, there was a group of black spiders. Each of them was the size of a fist and looked quite ferocious as they hissed. Lu Zheng asked secretly, "He can't be from the Heavenly Spiral tribe, right?" "Most likely," Qin Feiyang mumbled. The boy also noticed Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. As if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, he immediately shouted, "Big brothers, please save me." Qin Feiyang stepped forward and stomped on the ground. The spiders on the ground were all killed instantly. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The boy was dumbfounded. These ferocious creatures that almost killed him were killed by a single stomp. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the blood mist dissipated. Then, he looked at the boy and asked, "What's your name?" The boy stammered. It seemed that he was frightened by Qin Feiyang's methods. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned around and said, "Come out with me first." The boy stood up and followed Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng timidly. They walked up the stairs and went to the first floor. However, when they reached the second floor, the boy suddenly raised his head. His eyes that were originally filled with fear were filled with a shocking murderous glint. Following that, he took out a dagger from his Chenkuan bag and stabbed towards Qin Feiyang's back. The boy only had the cultivation of a martial master, while Qin Feiyang was a war emperor. The difference was like heaven and earth. How could the boy succeed? Qin Feiyang stopped and released a wisp of aura. The boy was sent flying and crashed into the stone stairs behind him. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. The boy spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but he looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of hatred and madness. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the boy and said indifferently, "I saved you. Why aren't you grateful? Instead, you want to assassinate me? Because you deserve to die." The boy roared. "Why do I deserve to die? Do I have a grudge against you?" Qin Feiyang said. "You devil, don't think of getting any useful information from me." The boy sneered. "You have a good backbone, but unfortunately, you found the wrong person. If I'm not wrong, your surname should be Chu, and you're from the Heavenly Spiral tribe. And since you're here, the Heavenly Spiral tribe should be nearby, right?" Qin Feiyang said. "My surname is not Chu, and I don't know what the Heavenly Spiral tribe is," the boy roared, but his expression was full of panic. "He's so young, but he's already so vicious. It seems that this Chu Xian has instilled a lot of hatred into him." Lu Zheng sighed. "That's normal. If it weren't for me, the heavenly spiral tribe wouldn't have been expelled to the first district. Qin Feiyang said. So you still know. What did my heavenly spiral tribe do wrong? What right do you have to do this? The boy went crazy when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang said, You only know that I was the one who expelled your heavenly spiral tribe, but you don't know why I did it. It seems that Chu Xian deliberately hid this matter from you. The patriarch didn't hide it from us. Isn't it because the patriarch offended you back then, and you used your position for personal gain to take revenge on us? You're a damned devil. The boy roared hysterically. Patriarch. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Chu Xian actually became the patriarch of the heavenly spiral tribe. But thinking about it, Chu Xian's father was already dead, and as a former disciple of the main tower, Chu Xian naturally had the ability to do so. Qin Feiyang glanced at the boy and said indifferently, Tell me, where is your tribe? You'll die a horrible death. Just you wait. The boy smiled ferociously and slammed his head into the stairs. Blood splattered 3 feet, and he died on the spot. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded and muttered, How much hatred do you have with the heavenly spiral tribe that he would rather die than say it? Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang was even more determined to kill Chu Xian. On one hand, it was for his own sake. Although the heavenly spiral tribe wasn't very strong, he always remembered one sentence, and that was not to underestimate anyone. As long as it was an enemy, he had to eliminate them completely. On the other hand, it was because Chu Xian was instilling this hatred in the people of the heavenly spiral tribe. For example, this boy was blinded by hatred and even his nature was distorted. Once such a person became powerful in the future, he would definitely lose his mind. You want to continue? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Zheng and asked. Lu Zheng looked up at the upper floors and said, Since we're already here, we have to go up and take a look. Go do your thing, don't worry about me. Chapter 1304. But looking around, there was nothing except for the vast mountains. It must be nearby. Qin Feiyang muttered. With the youth's cultivation, it was impossible for him to go far. Swoosh. He turned into a stream of light and searched within a radius of a few hundred miles around the Pill Pagoda. A few hundred breaths later, he found a huge canyon. The canyon covered an area of several miles and was lush with vegetation. In the canyon, wooden buildings were arranged in a picturesque manner, forming a huge tribe. I've finally found you. Qin Feiyang muttered. He stood on the peak of a mountain on one side of the canyon and scanned the area below. At the same time, in the canyon, in a square, a young woman in a purple dress stood on the high platform, her face as cold as ice. That's right. She was Chu Xian. Below the high platform, there were many youths standing in an orderly manner. The oldest of these youths was only 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 6 or 7 years old. Chu Xian glanced at those youths and shouted, All of you must remember this. The reason why our heavenly spiral tribe has fallen to such a state is all because of him. Chu Xian pointed to the opposite side of the square. There was a statue standing there. The statue's appearance was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. Those youths turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang's statue with hatred in their eyes. It's him who chased us out of the central divine kingdom. It's also him who killed our old patriarch. But he's very strong. He can even destroy our heavenly spiral tribe with one hand. However, our heavenly spiral tribe never admits defeat and will never give up on returning to the central divine kingdom. So, I want all of you to remember him. I want all of you to work hard in your cultivation, because only by becoming stronger can we take revenge on him. Understand? Chu Xian shouted. Understood. Those youths roared with murderous intent. Even those 5 or 6-year-old children were full of murderous intent. There were many adults around, their eyes filled with hatred. Hurry up and cultivate. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. After the youths left, a middle-aged woman walked up to the stage and said, Xian, I know you hate Qin Feiyang, and we all hate him, but you can't tell the children these things every day. It will make them lose their happiness. Happy? Do we still have the right to be happy now? Chu Xian snorted coldly. The woman was her birth mother, but there was no emotion in her eyes, only coldness. Alas! The woman sighed deeply, then silently turned and left. Chu Xian glanced at the woman's back and clenched her fists. She sneered, "Qin Feiyang, I swear I'll make you pay. Do you have the ability?" But before he could finish his sentence, a voice filled with mockery sounded. "Who?" Chu Xian looked up and saw a white figure descending from the sky. "It's you." Immediately, her eyes were filled with killing intent, but at the same time, there was also a trace of panic. Damn it! How did he find this place? The other people in the tribe also changed their expressions. Qin Feiyang landed on the square and looked at the statue opposite him. He shook his head and said, "You're really unscrupulous in order to take revenge. What are you doing here? Get out of here right now, you're not welcome here." Chu Xian shouted. "There are too many people who don't welcome me, and you're just the most insignificant person among them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the statue shattered. Chu Xian trembled and said angrily, "You've already driven us out of the central divine kingdom, what else do you want?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at her. His cold eyes made Chu Xian despair. She never thought that Qin Feiyang would find this place. And Qin Feiyang's purpose of coming here was very obvious. He wanted to eliminate the source of the problem. "If you can turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf, I'll consider letting the Heavenly Spiral tribe go. But what you've done has disappointed me. It's not fair for you to impose your hatred on those children." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Fair? Haha, if there's such a thing as fairness in this world, why would the Heavenly Spiral tribe end up like this?" Chu Xian had gone crazy. "Until today, you still haven't realized your mistake. You're really hopeless." Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed at the air. A wisp of red sword qi appeared and swept toward Chu Xian's chest. "Everyone, go. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to take him down with us," Chu Xian shouted as she retreated in panic. Whoosh! The woman who had left earlier returned and blocked in front of Chu Xian. The red sword qi directly pierced through her heart. "Ah!" A scream and blood splattered in the air. "You demon, beast, we'll kill you." Looking at the woman who had fallen, the surrounding people's eyes suddenly turned red. They roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang without caring about anything else. Even those youths were grabbing all kinds of ice blades as they charged towards Qin Feiyang with extreme hostility. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper appeared. "You know what to do, right?" "Of course." Viper licked his lips and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang rose into the air and stood on the top of the mountain. He looked into the distance with a trace of inexplicable sadness in his eyes. There were many things in this world that made people helpless. Take the Heavenly Spiral tribe for example. If he didn't eliminate them today, these people would definitely try their best to take revenge on him in the future. As for right and wrong, they didn't care. Because they only remembered that it was he, Qin Feiyang, who drove the Heavenly Spiral tribe out of the Central Divine Kingdom. And this hatred was something they would never forget. And it would be passed down from generation to generation. Finally, this hatred would only grow deeper and deeper. "Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." A moment later, accompanied by a vicious roar, Chu Xian finally ended this evil life. Viper also ended the battle. With a wave of his hand, the valley collapsed and the earth sank, covering everything. Whoosh! Viper landed beside Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Young master, it's all done." Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't look back. He flew toward the Pill Pagoda with Viper. Lu Zheng studied in the Pill Pagoda for a long time but couldn't find anything, so he gave up. After the seahorse and seal brought the 9-star emperor beasts over, Qin Feiyang changed his appearance and opened a portal. He and Lu Zheng directly appeared in the Ice Crystal City in the 9th region. Outside the city, it was covered in snow and the cold wind was biting cold. Strange. Why is this place covered in snow and ice? Lu Zheng disguised himself as a thin young man wearing a large cotton-padded jacket. He walked on the main road and looked around suspiciously. "I've thought about this question, but I can't figure it out." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had disguised himself as a burly man with bulging muscles all over his body. He was filled with a valiant aura. Moreover, both of them hid their cultivation and aura. Lu Zheng glanced at him and muttered, "It seems that if I have the chance, I really have to study this continent properly. It's too abnormal." "Stop." The two of them walked up to the city gate and were stopped by the 4 guards in front of the city gate. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. One of the guards took out a heaven's eye stone and said, "Please accept the interrogation." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "See for yourself." The guard pointed to the side of the city gate. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw a portrait hanging on the wall. Next to it were 3 big words, extremely eye-catching. When Lu Zheng saw the wanted poster, his face couldn't help but twitch. He secretly joked, "The great Qin Empire is looking for you, and the Forgotten Continent is also looking for you. Why are you so unpopular?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Looking at the wanted poster, he frowned slightly. The reason why he changed his appearance was because he didn't want to be found out. Because there were several fake gods in the main tower. The Mu family's foundation was also unfathomable. Once his identity was exposed, the main tower and the Mu family would definitely come to settle the score with him. He thought that it would be easy to fool them, but he didn't expect that the main tower's wanted poster had already been issued to the 9 regions. This was not going to be easy to deal with. Most importantly, even the city gate was so heavily guarded. The teleportation altar to the central divine kingdom would definitely be even more difficult to fool. "Didn't you enter the main tower before? If you show your identity token in the main tower, won't they let you in immediately?" Lu Zheng said with a smile. "It's useless. My identity token is the direct disciple of the main tower master. It's different from the token of an ordinary disciple. Now, the main tower master doesn't have a single disciple. If I take it out, it will directly expose my identity." Qin Feiyang secretly said, "In my opinion, you are a jinx. No matter where you go, you will always be in trouble." Lu Zheng looked at him helplessly. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged. The 4 guards screamed and died on the spot. Hearing the screams, the people inside and outside the city immediately looked over. When they saw the 4 guards lying on the snow, their faces immediately changed. "Murder! Someone killed the city guards!" Exclamations constantly sounded in the city. "Hee. Since we can't fool them, we will directly kill our way in. This is in line with our character." Lu Zheng laughed cruelly. He turned into a stream of light and directly flew to the sky above the city gate. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He also flew into the sky and flew into the city. "Stop! How dare you kill the guards of the city? Did you eat a leopard's guts?" Along the way, there were guards constantly intercepting them, but they were all easily dealt with by Lu Zheng. After a while, the 2 of them arrived above the teleportation altar. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, this place was even more heavily guarded than the city gate. More than 100 guards of the city lord's mansion surrounded the square. Each of them had the cultivation of a battle saint. Beside the teleportation altar, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged. The 4 of them were wearing long robes. Their white hair was mottled, and their auras were unfathomable. They all wore a pure gold token on their waists. And on the token, there was a flame pattern. Although the faces of the 4 people were unfamiliar, Qin Feiyang was able to identify them with a single glance, because that token was the Master Tower's Oracle token. In other words, Chapter 1305. The 4 divine messengers were here. And their cultivation levels weren't bad. 2 3-star combat emperors and 2 4-star combat emperors. With such a lineup, even a fly wouldn't be able to get past them. Similarly, this lineup was more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang in the past. However, the main pagoda underestimated Qin Feiyang's current strength. With his current foundation, no matter how many 5 or 6-star combat emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the people from the main pagoda never dreamed that Qin Feiyang would be able to recruit so many powerful subordinates in such a short period of time. "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in Ice Crystal City?" The 4 divine messengers stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng with cold eyes. Qin Feiyang didn't answer as he sized up the 4 of them. "What are you looking at?" Hurry up and answer our questions. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. We aren't ordinary people. We are the divine messengers sent by the main pagoda. If you provoke us, even the heavenly king won't be able to save you. The four of them shouted. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "You finally said something right." "What do you mean?" The four of them raised their eyebrows. "Even the heavenly king won't be able to save your lives today." Qin Feiyang grinned and took a facial restoration elixir. His appearance immediately changed. "It's you, Qin Feiyang." The four of them turned pale with fright. They never thought that it would be him. Qin Feiyang. He actually dares to come back. Doesn't he know that the main pagoda is looking for him? Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Just as Qin Feiyang regained his original appearance, the seal appeared. "Kill him," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "No problem." The seal laughed. The aura of a 9-star combat emperor erupted like a volcano and instantly shrouded the entire ice crystal city. Everyone was imprisoned at this moment. "This is a 9-star emperor beast. Quickly report to the main pagoda master." The four divine messengers' expressions changed as they hurriedly activated the teleportation altar. But how could they make it in time to revive the teleportation altar? The seal's emperor's aura rolled out, and the four divine envoys were also restricted, unable to move. Immediately, the seal's emperor's aura pressed down on the four of them from all directions. Following a series of miserable cries, the four died one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving behind only 4 cosmos bags and 4 divine envoy medallions. He actually killed Kill. When the guards of the city lord's mansion saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale. The position of the god envoys in the Forgotten Continent was equivalent to the Great Qin Empire's law enforcement palace, and each god envoys had the power to kill. Even the super tribes of the Central Divine Kingdom had to be respectful when they saw the divine envoys, let alone the 9 regions. To kill to die. Everyone was scared out of their wits. But there was an old man in the crowd outside the square who was not imprisoned by the seal's aura. His body was stooped, his clothes were tattered, his hair was unkempt, his face was dirty, and he smelled like a beggar. But if one looked closely, they would find that there was a glimmer of light in his turbid eyes. He stood silently in the crowd, looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng landed beside the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Battle chi surged, and the teleportation altar was activated. Then, 2 people and 1 beast stepped onto the altar in a grand manner and disappeared from sight. "Little guy, you're amazing. You actually dared to enter the Central Divine Kingdom so openly." It was Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. After the seal disappeared, the old man in ragged clothes with unkempt hair and a dirty face chuckled. "Main pagoda, Pill Pagoda Square." The old man in black guarding the teleportation altar was staring at the teleportation altar. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng, and the seal appeared on the teleportation altar. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the old man in black suddenly stood up, and a strong murderous intent emerged in his eyes. He didn't say a word. He directly released his emperor's aura and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. "You're courting death." A trace of disdain flashed in the seal's eyes, and it suddenly broke through the air. The next moment, it rushed in front of the old man in black, raised its claws, and slapped the old man's head. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the old man in black's head burst open on the spot, and blood spurted out wildly. "What's going on?" Many disciples came and went in the Pill Pagoda Square. Hearing the scream of the old man in black, they all turned their heads to look. Without exception, when they saw the old man in black fall, their faces changed color. When they saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. "His Qin Feiyang? No, the chief pagoda master is now looking for him. How could he come back? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me?" Everyone couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. "It's Qin Feiyang. Everyone, quickly report to the elders." Suddenly, someone roared. Qin Feiyang glanced at them, then took Lu Zheng and the seal to the castle, and then steered the castle into the chief pagoda. "What? Qin Feiyang is back. He dares to come back at this time?" Did he eat a leopard's guts? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The news of Qin Fei Yang's return quickly spread in the chief pagoda and the divine city, causing an uproar. There was no suspense. Everyone who received this news was extremely shocked. The Oracle Hall. A oracle hurriedly ran to the front of a hall and shouted, "Hall Master, this subordinate has something to report." "What's the matter?" Gongsun Bei walked out of the hall and frowned. "Qin Fei Yang is back," the oracle said. "Qin Fei Yang?" Gongsun Bei was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" "I don't know. He disappeared as soon as he arrived at the Pill Pagoda Square. No one knows where he's hiding now," the oracle said. Gongsun Bei said angrily, "Isn't the teleportation altar guarded? How did he get in?" "I'm afraid you won't believe me even if I tell you, Hall Master. The 4 oracles we sent and the elder at the Pill Pagoda Square all died at the hands of Qin Fei Yang," the oracle said. "How is that possible? When did he have such strength?" Gongsun Bei was surprised. This subordinate doesn't believe it either, but it's the truth. However, it said that the one who killed them wasn't Qin Fei Yang himself, but a 9-star Emperor Beast by Qin Fei Yang's side, the oracle said. 9-star Emperor Beast. Gongsun Bei murmured and said in a deep voice, "Immediately gather all the oracles and guard the teleportation altar at the Pill Pagoda Square. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave." "Yes," the oracle replied with a bow. Gongsun Bei continued, "In addition, inform everyone that the news of Qin Fei Yang's return is to be kept a secret from junior brother and you. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will do it right away." The oracle nodded and turned around to leave. "Wait." Gongsun Bei suddenly thought of something. "Hall Master, do you have any other instructions?" The oracle stopped and turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Gongsun Bei pondered for a while and said, "Don't let the oracles below the 9-star combat emperor realm go. After all, Qin Fei Yang has a 9-star Emperor Beast by his side. If a fight breaks out, it won't do us any good." "Understood." The oracle nodded and hurriedly left. "Qin Fei Yang, since you've already left, why did you come back? Don't you remember what I said to you back then? When we meet again, you and I are enemies. I won't show any mercy." Gongsun Bei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in without looking back. "Lord, this subordinate wishes to see you." In front of a courtyard, Gongsun Bei stood at the entrance, looking at the closed door of the pavilion and respectfully said, "Come in." The Chief Tower Master's voice came from inside. Gongsun Bei pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked to the front of the pavilion. He gently pushed open the door of the pavilion, and the Chief Tower Master immediately entered his sight. The Chief Tower Master was sitting in front of the tea table in the hall. Not only was his face pale, but his eyes were also extremely gloomy. "Lord, you've already received the news?" Gongsun Bei glanced at the Chief Tower Master and walked into the hall. He stood in front of the Chief Tower Master and asked, "Yes." The Chief Tower Master nodded and slammed his palm on the tea table. He said angrily, "Not only did he kill my Chief Tower's oracle and the enforcement elder, but he also brazenly entered the central divine kingdom. Is he provoking me? Lord, please calm down." Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled. The Chief Tower Master looked up at Gongsun Bei and said in a deep voice, "This time, I don't care what method you use. You must capture him for me, understand? This subordinate will do his best. However, this subordinate feels that the Oracle Palace's strength is not enough to capture him." Gongsun Bei said, "What do you mean? I know that he came back this time with a 9-star monarch beast, but can a mere 9-star monarch beast stump the Oracle Palace?" The Chief Tower Master said angrily, "If there was only one 9-star monarch beast, this subordinate naturally wouldn't say such a thing. However, Lord, have you thought about it? With Qin Fei Yang's intelligence, will he recklessly enter the central divine kingdom with just one 9-star monarch beast?" Gongsun Bei said. The Chief Tower Master frowned and said, "You mean that he has more than one 9-star monarch beast? I don't know if he has more 9-star monarch beasts, but I know him. He never does things that he's not confident in. Therefore, This subordinate concluded that he must have other means. Gongsun Bei said. Then, what do you think we should do? The Chief Tower Master asked. Gongsun Bei said, go to the land of inheritance and ask the 3 patriarchs to come out of seclusion. They are all false gods. It will be a piece of cake for them to deal with Qin Feiyang. The Chief Tower Master pondered for a while and nodded. All right, go and tell them the truth. I think they will definitely take action. Yes. Gongsun Bei responded respectfully and was about to turn around and leave. Don't go. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded in the hall. Qin Feiyang. Gongsun Bei and the Chief Tower Master's expressions changed as they immediately looked around. Whoosh. The next moment. Chapter 1306. The Chief Pagoda Master immediately became furious and shouted, You still dare to come here? Gongsun Bei's eyes flashed. He walked to the Chief Tower Master's side and looked at the man and beast warily. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and sat opposite the Chief Tower Master. He smiled faintly. This is not a tiger's den. Why wouldn't I dare to come here? Arrogant. The Chief Tower Master flew into a rage. Qin Feiyang said faintly, I didn't come back to cause trouble. Then why did you come back? Gongsun Bei asked. Qin Feiyang said, I want to know where the Mu family's base is. Both the Chief Tower Master and Gongsun Bei were stunned. They thought that Qin Feiyang had come back this time to continue fighting against them. They didn't expect that it was for the Mu family. Why are you asking about this? Gongsun Bei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry about this. Anyway, it will only benefit you. Only benefit? Are you joking? You used Hao-Er and Yu-Er to steal the divine crystals and heavenly flames. You even massacred millions of creatures in the 9 regions. Do you think I will believe you now? The Chief Tower Master sneered. Then what do you want? If you don't like it, then let's fight. Stop talking nonsense. The seal was overbearing. It didn't put the master of the forgotten continent in its eyes. Shut up. I am talking to your master. Who are you to interrupt? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my chief tower just because you are a 9-star combat emperor. Let me tell you, you are not qualified. The Chief Tower Master yelled. Fuck. You're still being arrogant. Boss Qin, bring out our main force and flatten this bullshit chief tower. The seal was furious. Main force. Gongsun Bei's pupils shrank as he looked at Qin Feiyang. It seemed that the seal wasn't the only 9-star combat emperor around this kid. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He looked up at the Chief Tower Master and said, I want to make a few points clear. Firstly, I'm not the owner of the seal. He and I are friends. So what it says is equivalent to what I want to say. If you're not convinced, let's play. Let's see who will lose out in the end. Qin Feiyang said. So confident. Gongsun Bei's heart trembled. How many experts were there in the army that the seals mentioned? Was that powerful and mysterious madam hiding by Qin Feiyang's side right now? Secondly, I was indeed the one who stole the divine crystal. As for the profound sky flame, the heavenly thunder flame, and the frost flame, they are all in my hands. As for the other alchemy fires, such as the Big Dipper flame and the bloodbath in the 1st and 2nd regions, whether you believe it or not, I didn't do it. Qin Feiyang added. Gongsun Bei frowned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Qin Feiyang said. Gongsun Bei frowned and pondered for a moment. You mean, it was the Mu family? Yes. It was the mysterious madam who massacred the 1st and 2nd regions. It was the Mu family who stole the Big Dipper flame and the other alchemy fires. And the role I played at that time was just a chess piece in their hands, taking advantage of them a little. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Chess piece. A chess piece can get the heavenly thunder flame, the heavenly thunder flame, and the frost flame? In my opinion, you are in cahoots with them. You are in cahoots with them. The Chief Tower Master sneered. Whatever you say. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. Now, can you tell me where the Mu family is? Qin Feiyang said. Gongsun Bei didn't answer. Who has the divine crystal now? The mysterious madam. Qin Feiyang didn't hide it because there was no need to. The mysterious madam's strength was beyond imagination. Even if the Chief Tower Master knew, he couldn't do anything to her. Of course. If the Chief Tower Master really fought with the mysterious madam, then he would be happy to see it. Because in this way, he could sit back and reap the benefits. After all, he was also very interested in the divine crystal. The Chief Tower Master asked, "Where is the mysterious madam?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I don't know. After I gave her the divine crystal, we parted ways." He was a little puzzled. Originally, after he left the Forgotten Continent, Mu Qing should have used the all-seeing eye to predict the mysterious madam's location. So, Mu Qing must have known that the mysterious madam was hiding in the Endless Sea. At that time, the Mu family and the Chief Tower Master were in a cooperative relationship. If the Mu family knew, then the Chief Tower should also know. But now, why did the Chief Tower Master come to ask him? Could it be that the Mu family didn't tell the Chief Tower Master the whereabouts of the mysterious madam? After thinking about it for a while, it was really possible. Because the Mu family also wanted the divine crystal. The Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said in a deep voice, "You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Is it so important to tell the truth? If you really want to know, I can show you the way to monitor the Mu family. If I'm not wrong, the Mu family is also looking for the mysterious madam now, and they will find it before you." Qin Feiyang smiled. The Mu family, I kindly took them in and gave them a place in the Central Divine Kingdom, but they pretended to obey in front of me. They really deserve to die. The Chief Tower Master clenched his hands, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. This Mu family's people have always been ambitious. Gongsun Bei shook his head and sighed. In fact, he had long suspected the Mu family, and he had told the Chief Tower Master about this before, but there was no evidence. However, even if there was evidence, what could he do? The Mu family's strength was unfathomable, and the Chief Tower might not be able to fight them. Suddenly, Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashed slightly, and asked, "Qin Feiyang, how about we join forces?" Join forces? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Chief Tower Master also looked at Gongsun Bei in astonishment. Although all of this was done by the mysterious madam and the Mu family behind the scenes, Qin Feiyang was also a participant. And the heavenly thunder flame, the mysterious sky flame, and the ice flame were indeed in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Logically speaking, shouldn't they first get rid of Qin Feiyang and take back the three kinds of alchemy fire? But why did Gongsun Bei take the initiative to ask for Qin Feiyang's help? My lord. At this point, it doesn't make sense for us to deal with Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang's position is already very obvious, he wants to deal with the Mu family. Instead of continuing to fight with him, it's better to join forces with him to deal with the Mu family. Gongsun Bei thought to himself. If the Chief Tower continued to fight with Qin Feiyang, then the biggest winner in the end would undoubtedly be the Mu family. This point. In fact, the Chief Tower Master could also think of it. But for him to put down his pride and cooperate with Qin Feiyang, he couldn't do it. He was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. How high was his status? And what about Qin Feiyang? Although he was the descendant of the Qin Emperor, the Qin Emperor had disappeared, maybe even died. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang used to be his disciple. The master-disciple relationship suddenly became an equal partnership. No matter who it was, they couldn't accept this kind of chain. My lord, I know what you're thinking. But do you really think that Qin Feiyang relied on his ancestor, the Qin Emperor, to get to where he is today? I can tell you that he didn't. I don't need to tell you how strong the Mu family and the mysterious madam are, my lord, you know. However, this kid was able to rely on his own brain to deal with them until now, and even took advantage of them. Just this ability alone is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Moreover, this time he came back without fear, so I think that he is fully qualified to cooperate with us. My lord, you don't need to be so rigid about the master-disciple relationship. Gongsun Bei said. The Chief Tower Master fell silent. Also, I don't believe that he doesn't know where the mysterious madam is. He must be lying to us. And if we cooperate with him, then we can use him to find the mysterious madam and take back the divinity crystal. Gongsun Bei said telepathically, his eyes flashing. Take back the divinity crystal. The Chief Tower Master's eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath, secretly saying, how can you be sure that he wants to deal with the Mu family? Because he's asking about the Mu family's base. Gongsun Bei said. What does this mean? The Chief Tower Master raised his eyebrows. It means that his relationship with the Mu family is not that good, otherwise the Mu family wouldn't hide the location of their base from him. If my lord is still worried, I can ask him in person. Gongsun Bei said secretly. Then ask. The Chief Tower Master said. Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, since we're talking about cooperation, then we must be honest with each other first. What are you trying to say? Qin Feiyang said. He was also surprised that Gongsun Bei would propose cooperation. Gongsun Bei said, are you asking about the Mu family's base to deal with them, or for something else? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, well, I'll tell you. The Mu family is my mortal enemy. Since you're mortal enemies, then why are you helping them? The Chief Tower Master said angrily. Qin Feiyang said lightly, I just said that I was just a chess piece before, and I had no choice. The Chief Tower Master's face sank. Although it was the Mu family and the mysterious madam who had been adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, to be honest, Qin Feiyang was the one who deserved to be killed the most. Because without him, it would be difficult to accomplish all of this. Gongsun Bei glanced at the Chief Tower Master, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, one more question. What's your situation in the Great Qin Empire? In the past, the whole world was my enemy, but now, I can do whatever I want. Qin Feiyang said casually, do whatever I want. The two of them were shocked. Haha, the Great Qin Empire actually allowed a mere one-star combat emperor to do whatever he wants. I can imagine how bad the Great Qin Empire is now. The Chief Pagoda Master suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with ridicule that couldn't be dispersed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently as if he was looking at a clown. Gongsun Bei was also silent as he looked at Qin Feiyang.